All right. Very, very happy to be here, y'all. Uh, Ladies, gentlemen, and those divine beings that transcend the binary. Uh, Welcome to Apochromatic Unlimited and the 2025 Black History Month TTRPG fundraiser. Uh, this year, we're raising funds on Tiltify for Black Girls Rock. It's an organization and a movement dedicated to empowering and celebrating Black girls and women through programs focused on leadership, education, cultural and cultural enrichment, fostering self-worth, pride, and empowerment. An all-around great organization uh, whose help is sorely needed right now. And this month, each weekend so far, and again on the 28th as well, so please don't miss that stuff. Uh, each weekend for Black History Month, channels including this one, Apochromatic Unlimited, as well as Obsidian Brews, House of Dreams, and Nerdgasm Noir Network have been hosting actual plays and panels to raise funds and show our passion, unity, and creativity. Before we do anything else, I definitely want to give a big shout out and a big thanks to Transplaner. Transplaner RPG is an award-winning, all transgender, people of color-led dark fantasy channel telling stories in an original, non-colonial, anti-Orientalist multiverse. They have been proud to support the Apochromatic Unlimited Black History Month fundraiser and encourage everyone watching to give what they can. As always, we stand in solidarity with all oppressed peoples of the US and the world fighting for freedom against colonization, imperialism, white supremacy, all the isms. Of course, all day, every day, free Sudan, free the Democratic Republic of Congo, free Palestine, free all oppressed peoples. Um, Almost forgot. If you want to donate, you should probably know where you're donating. You can do that by clicking the link in chat, um, which should be popping up in chat pretty shortly. Um, there's a link to Tiltify where donations are going to be tracked live. And you can also check out other links on Blue Sky and I believe in chat for each of the other cast members. And speaking of our other cast members, uh, this is probably the part where we introduce those people. Starting with who did I say was going to go first? Starting with, I believe, Mateo's character. Yes, Mateo's player, I should say.
Hi, I'm Stylus, or John, either way. I'm playing Mateo Reyes. Me personally, I am a former podcaster, and don't really have much to share about myself at the moment. But just happy to be here and happy to help. My character is a loudmouth jerk. Uh, but for some reason he has latched on to a small group of friends that he has never really let go of. And that's kind of all like he's like I tend to like attach to characters like this in movies, so I kind of wanted to play one in a game. So yeah,
Thank you very
that's it.
much. Much appreciated. Next up is Mink's player.
So, hi everybody. I'm Kristen, and I'm playing Mink Flowers. She is the curious cheerleader out of the bunch. Um, and I guess a little fun fact about me: when I back way long time ago, I was a cheerleader for a little small stint in high school. So I just thought it'd be fun to bring that back um, and see what Mink would play like. Um, Personally, I love playing TTRPGs and I love documentaries.
Thank you. Very happy to have you. Um, Third will be Roel's character, or player. Sorry.
Hey everyone, I'm Glyza. Today I will be playing Roel Kayabyab. He's a 17-year-old son of a first generation immigrant, struggling with the freedom afforded by being in America and the cultural demands of a conservative family. Because all characters I play are pretty much myself. Uh, he wants to be a basketball player, but the fact that he's 5'4" and terrible at it is not going to stop him because he spends hours every day practicing to become better. He also hides his feelings with jokes. So this is Roel, and I'm excited to play him.
Thank you. Uh, we're gonna have fun. And last but certainly not least, uh, please, like to hear from Terry's player.
What's going on, y'all? I'm Sphinx Orion, everybody's resident lurker. I'll be playing Terry. Terry's a pretty jovial, laid-back capoeirista, family-oriented guy who tends to struggle against his bad reputation from a little thing that happened in his freshman year. Um, yeah, he's just a regular dude
Love
Okay.
him.
for the most
Okay.
part.
All right. Hi, Mark. I realized I didn't actually do an intro. Don't worry too much about me. What I'm a little bit more focused on is what's going on with our four players, or I should say our four player characters. Um, it is entirely too early in the morning. There aren't a lot of people, a lot of things, I imagine, that can get a 17-year-old up at 4:30 in the morning. Um, certainly not. Uh, certainly not at 4:30 in the morning, the day before their birthday, on a Saturday in the middle of the summer. But somehow, some way, the four of you are having your alarms go off, probably snoozing them one time, a little bit too many, and trying to get up and get out of the house. Um, for each person, what is it? What does it look like when you're getting up in the morning? Uh, oh, because you're supposed to be heading over to a shop. Um, I don't know how often your characters have been to this shop. You all will tell me. But you certainly know the one of the owners of the shop. Um,
What kind
you're
of is it?
Yes. The shop run by your former elementary school music teacher, Mr. Elias, is sort of a salvage store. Um, Perhaps the most high-end salvage store you've ever seen. He and his brother tend to call it uh, their everything store, and it's a place where Mr. Elias, I guess the Elias brothers, will often collect lots of things that have been tossed away, things that don't work anymore. They'll especially especially music instruments. And they'll take some time and they'll work with them and they'll bring them back to what they were. They do it for other things as well. They do maintenance for instruments. I'm sure Terry's drums at his um, at his studio are often serviced by Mr. Elias. But you were told to come down to the shop today uh, by Mr. Elias. Sent you a little card in the mail and everything. Invited you all. and it seemed to know just what to say for each of you. Uh, so what was on that card? What convinced you and your parents to allow you all to get up so early in the morning on a Saturday?
You have one for me, so I could jump in.
Go for it.
Elias sent two cards, one for me and one for my parents. For my parents, it was all, good education, something that will like let my Asian parents let me go at
Mhm.
4:30, and all that. For me specifically, he said something about making me taller. He's like, whatever it is, you like all Roel saw was something to make you taller, and it was like, sweet, let's do this. I will wake up at 3:30 because he's dedicated. I'm dedicated. He had like alarms going on to make sure he's awake and ready to go. Because he saw that there is a chance for him to be tall. And he's like, "All right, mom, I'm ready. I'm out of here. I'll see you later." And he's just getting ready to get out that door because this is his dream to be taller.
What a magnificent dream.
Thank you.
Uh,
Almost, some say impossible, but sometimes you can work really, really hard, and you stretching.
okay. Okay. Uh, who else has an idea of what's on their cards that let them make it out this morning? Uh, oh,
Um,
I should add, it was mentioned that breakfast will be provided, so you're free of charge. Your parents don't have to spend any money on anything. So
yeah,
that's among the other stuff that's listed in each of these cards. That's also listed. They just got to show up. They're gonna hang around and spend some time with him for the day. Uh, and take him out to shows and stuff, and give them this. But also, it says it'll make you taller. It'll teach you some good work ethic. Uh, and for other people,
yeah. I think for Terry, Mr. Elias is kind of like a family friend. Like he's known him basically since elementary school. Like his parents know him, that kind of thing. So it's pretty easy. Like he probably didn't even need to send a card. He probably could, just call, like that kind of thing.
yeah,
So, so Terry he usually gets up this early on the weekend anyway. Like it's either for training or to go fishing. Like one of the two. Like so he's up. He's doing the stretches, things like that, trying to get ready.
all right,
I think for Mateo, it basically was like it was a request that he come help make breakfast for his friends. And he's getting up even earlier than everyone else to be there. And it's just because like there's not many people that he'll do stuff for, his what do you call it, his friends and then Mr. Elias. That's those are the like what do you call it? And his actual family, but there's a hierarchy there.
yeah,
He'll never admit who's on top, but yeah.
all right.
Sorry, Dad. I like Mr. Elias better.
On
Today,
Mink's letter, Mr. Elias basically spells out to her that he's going to be introducing her to some people she can network with professionally. And since Mink is always kind of, got her mindset towards building her network because she aspires to be in politics one day, she feels like this is a good opportunity for her.
All right. I love it. I love it. So since at least one of you is there a little bit early, I think maybe we'll tackle that first. He's not out in front of the store now, but very, very often, Mr. Elias is sitting outside, especially during the summer. He does a lot of his work on the instruments in like outside. Just kind of says hi to people who are going by. He'll play little ditties on the on whatever instrument he's working on. So maybe he'll bang a little bit on the drum and try to make a nice sound. However, when you arrive, I'd probably say maybe around like 5. Yeah, he'd probably ask you to come in like maybe like a half hour before everybody else. Mateo. Obviously, he's not going to be playing instruments out in the middle of the street at 5 o'clock in the morning. However, you do see like the big metal pull down gate has been raised up, at least the part that's directly in front of the door, because it does have one of the like it does have like the sort of staggered gates you could pull down. And as soon as you knock on the door, you can hear him shout like coming, 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 and a little bit of shuffling and moving, and he unlocks the door and lets you in.
What does he look like?
He's probably about 5'6", I would say. No, yeah, 5'6" sounds about right. He's about 5'6". An older guy, probably in his like late 40s, maybe early 50s. Has sort of that kind of classic, like older black man haircut. The one that's kind of like it's not quite a flat top, but like it's like trimmed back just so. He does have like a little bit of a mustache, a less pronounced sort of Steve Harvey thing going on, mustache wise. Obviously, he's doing more with the hair, and he wears these like very, very, very thick brown glasses. And you know that he tends to more often than not wear like a lot of earth tones, so a lot of browns, a lot of greens, maybe the occasional like muted, like darker red will slip in there, or some like more mellow yellows, that sort of stuff. This morning, however, he's wearing something a little bit unusual for him. He is wearing a white polo and jeans. And this is probably the first time you've ever seen him wearing a white polo and jeans. Not that he doesn't own polos, you've never seen him in a polo before, but he's never wearing like. It feels almost like too casual for him, in a way.
Okay. Okay. What do I smell when I enter? Is he already started cooking or?
Yeah, you can smell like the faintest hint of breakfast stuff has already been started. He's holding like a mug with some coffee.
Okay.
And he says, "Come in, Eli. Ooh. Come in, Mateo. How you doing today?"
You're projecting, sir.
It's
I take off my jacket. I've already got my my mom's apron on underneath, and I'm ready to cook. It's got pink flowers on it, and it's just like whatever. Just like got to get something. Gotta protect yourself. So, just start working. Move over to the back where the cooking's happening. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Take the coffee, and just start black. Take it black, and just start sipping. Like, it's way too early, and he's what do you call? He's happy to help, Mr. Elias, but it's too early for niceties, even for his favorite people.
So he's like, "Well, I guess you're gonna drink my coffee before I do. Come on." And he leads you He leads you.
Thought this
So
was fine.
the store is actually on the corner itself. It is like a corner store in every sense of the word.
Nice.
And so he leads you like to the back, where like a side door would be. And he kind of opens that door and leads you up the stairs. And once he opens the door, then you can smell that some stuff he's been making some stuff move and shake upstairs, for sure. And you get up there and you can already you can smell that he started cooking some bacon, some sausage. He started.
So he's got
cooking-
like that. He's got like that apartment above the store kind of thing going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And you can smell that there's some pancakes as well. And he says, I mean, I figured it'd probably get started. I don't know how good of a cook you are, but yeah, I figured you could still help me, cut some stuff up. I got some oranges over there. You can cut those up. Some strawberries as well. And I want you to take a couple of those oranges and cut them open, just squeeze out some juice.
Doing a full continental. Okay. Grabs a knife and just starts slicing them up like you would see at like a hotel.
Okay, all right. You know what to do at least. So how have you been doing?
It's 2 slices. Of course. I can. It is. It is 4:00 in the morning, and I am barely awake. And I'm just glad to be here helping you, Mr. Elias, at 4 a.m. in the morning. Hi.
Well, I mean, it's.
I'm sorry. It's very early.
I know what time I asked you to get up, and I promise you you're going to be okay with it. And he looks at he looks at his watch and says, in maybe about 45 minutes or so, 45 minutes to an hour. You're welcome in advance. But no, seriously, how aside from this morning, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm doing all right. I didn't get any sleep. It's way too early to be it's, things happening, requests made, and I'm here and I just couldn't actually settle in for the night. So, and takes another swig of his coffee, a bigger swig, and just I am awake. That's how I'm doing right now. Start working on the strawberries.
Okay. All right. When I'm asking, we'll get to what I'm asking later, I think. But I'm glad you're here. Glad you came in.
Glad to be here.
And he just kind of makes idle chatter with you for a couple of minutes, until the next person shows up. Who wants to show up next?
You can show up next. Roel comes in, opens the door, doesn't even knock, just opens the door because he knows he's welcome. And he goes, "Future basketball star here. I'm ready." And he walks in, gives Mr. Elias or at least raises his hand for a high five. I don't know if Mr.
Definitely
Elias.
he'll give him a high five, of course.
So gives a high five to Mateo. "Hey, Mateo. What's up? What are we doing today?"
What's up, little man?
You know what? You won't be calling me that. Whatever it is, Mr. Elias's plans today. Because you said,
Oh
whatever
yeah, I saw the stilts downstairs. Yeah.
You know what? When I become a really famous basketball player, and you know what? Height is just a number sometimes, I could be. There are other basketball players that are just as tall as me, and I will make it. You'll see. You'll all see.
Uh-huh.
Does he have talent? Have we ever seen him play? Does he have actual basketball talent?
Yes.
When everyone else who is 5 feet taller than him is ignoring him, does he actually know how to handle the ball?
Yes and no. You've seen him play. Does he have talent? No. But he makes up
Okay.
of heart. A lot There's a lot of
You
fun
gotta
there.
have cardio. You definitely have to have cardio when playing basketball.
Oh my God.
I
Who's
toss him an
next
orange
dependent?
and say, "Think fast." Falls on the ground, pick it up.
Oh my God. Who's next
We're
to
eating that.
arrive? Uh, yeah, go ahead.
I think Mink will show up. Mink comes. She's she's definitely excited. She's got some iced coffee that she already prepared, putting in her little, you know, uh, little mug, and she's just like, Mr. Elias, who we're gonna meet today, and she says hey to everybody else, and just kind of sits down and waits. She's kind of like primping herself, thinking she's about to meet some major people.
Well, you're gonna meet a lot of people today, I suspect. But one thing at a time, one thing at a time.
Okay.
Um, please sit, eat, enjoy yourself. I love that mug. It's
Let's say hi.
beautiful. Where'd you get that?
Thank you. Hi.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm here to get tall, so I'm doing great.
You're here to get tall.
Oh yeah, for sure. I trust Mr. Elias's words. And then when he says that, he looks straight at Mr. Elias. I trust you, and I'm here to get tall.
Nice.
You
Mink
gonna
is clearly
one per
confused, but she's excited. She's excited all the same, but she's confused. She's like, okay, and gives a little heart. It's a
I love it. You're gonna say something, Mateo?
No, I was just thinking about just like 'cause he's just imagining like Elias is gonna grab his shoulders and he's gonna give a nod to Mateo and it's like, okay, I'll grab his legs and we just keep pulling for the rest of the day. That's the only thing that makes sense to him that would make him think that he's gonna get taller somehow.
That is also
Oh,
not the first time Rowell has asked people to do that. So, he's tried everything. He's also tried, like, I don't know if you know this, but there's some stuff on the internet where you put a helmet on that makes it like your head heavier and you sort of like hang upside down so that it stretches you. I don't know if you know this, but he has definitely tried that.
yep,
Okay.
yep.
Just thinking back to all the schemes that he's come up with just to get an extra few inches. This is not an old thing. This is not a new thing, apparently.
And on that note, Terry, uh, please join us.
Yeah, Terry walks in. He tends to walk pretty slow. Like that's probably why he's the last one here. Uh, he's got his headphones on, got his music in his ear. Like he's wide awake because it's a typical time for him to be awake. And Terry's about 6'even", got a short fro, uh, skin about my complexion. He's athletically built, I guess. Right way in, he just walks in. What's going on, Mr. E?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Saddening,
As he
y'all.
walks in, I hand him a full plate of food.
Oh, thank Mateo. Like he was not expecting food.
I don't know why you look so confused. I said I was gonna feed you.
I was expecting to sit down first, but okay. Takes the plate to go find a seat.
I mean, sometimes life comes at you fast.
I guess, and he just starts eating like.
You're a growing boy, unlike some of us.
I am
Short trips are gonna
17.
keep
I
coming.
have many years left in front of me.
Over 100 centimeters, definitely. Okay.
Okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Um, I think much like myself, Mr. Elias is kind of just sitting there and letting you all riff off of each other, laughing at the jokes, tossing in little observances of his own here and there, until about, I'd say like 5. Yeah, it'd be probably about 5:41 on the dot. And then he clears his throat pretty loudly, in that way that you remember from when you were in school. When everyone is rowdy, they're kind of banging on the drums a little bit too hard, or you know, gonna gonna get gonna get into something that they're not supposed to. He just kind of clear his throat. Um, when you were in school, usually he'd start there, and then he'd start playing some instrument very, very loudly, um, very discordantly, to kind of throw people off. Uh, and then once he had your attention, he'd go a little bit further. But he stops with just clearing his throat and he says, first and foremost, I want to say that it's really, really good to see all of you. Um, you all are no longer uh, the little the little kids that I gave those bracelets to. You're no longer messing around and making my brother upset about having to fix the school instruments again. You all have really you've done a great job with yourselves. I can see it just looking at you all. And I want to say I'm proud of you. I'm really, really proud of you. But I do have a little bit of um, it's a part of it is a gift, part of it is an ask. So the I'll start with the ask before the gift, because I think you'll know what the gift is kind of readily. But um, today, uh, I'm not your chauffeur per se, but I want us to go out and have a good time today. Whatever it is you all want to do. I have some suggestions for you, but if you have some other stuff you want to do, uh, you know, definitely want to do that sort of thing. But all I ask is that you all try and maintain some decorum, that you all don't go too crazy, uh, and I especially ask, especially, that you do not misuse what you're about to get. On the same page, y'all?
Roel is like at the edge of his seat because he's like, this sounds like some getting tall thing is happening real soon. He's like, I'm ready. I'm ready, coach. Put me in, coach. But he doesn't say that. He just looks like
Sounds
that.
like I don't want to insinuate anything, but this is the kind of the same thing that some people would hear just before they enter a cult.
I don't do cults.
Okay.
I
Okay. I'll
cults
hold you to
don't want
that.
me anyway. My bank account is not big enough for a cult. I'll tell you what.
Okay. Good to know.
But um, I want you all to take a look at your bracelets. Um, and the four of you have bracelets that he gave you. Um, years and years and years ago. These beaded bracelets, um, with like mostly wooden beads. And you all know and like remember that all of your bracelets looked pretty much identical when you got them. But over time, maybe some of you have added some charms to the bracelets. Maybe, a couple of beads have fallen off here or there. Um, and even just through like wearing, like you can see that like the wood from the bracelets has kind of shifted uh, colors, become a little bit different. Um, all except for one bead. There's a single, very, very large bead on each of your bracelets that looks exactly the same as it did the very first day that you got it. And that looks exactly like everyone else's bead. Um, and he points out that bead. He says, I want you to take it. I want you to take that bead between your fingers. I want you to press down on it until it breaks.
Ruel does not take. Ruel looks at it for like 1 second, and he's like, I'm gonna do what you say," and then squeezes it and closes his eyes.
So it does give some resistance, but it kind of it feels um almost like a cookie or almost like a hard piece of bread, right? Where like it's solid, it's got some resistance to it, but when you press down on it enough, it just kind of gives and crumbles away. And at that moment, it feels like everything has changed. The room smells different. Things look different. The sounds of the neighborhood slowly waking up, coming to life, sounds different. Not in a disorienting way, but kind of like it's like it's like having it's like having a stuffy nose that clears at the exact same time that your ears pop after a long time, you know. Um, like
You
all of
spent
the
years telling us to just say no, and now this.
uh,
That's his first immediate thought. It's like suddenly he's get hit by all these waves of like sensation, and it's like, what just happened? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, please, please. I'd love to get everybody else's reactions to this before I.
Ruel looks down to see, at his legs. That's his first reaction. He looks at his leg, and he's like,
I hand him a tape measure.
and he's like, I don't. Does it take a while? Does it take a minute? Everything.
Oh boy.
That's his reaction.
You gotta want it.
Close my eyes a
Gotta
little bit.
really want it.
Yeah, I think Terry's been eating, like, even while Elias has been talking, he was just eating the whole time, like just stuff in his face. But then when he said to crush the bead, he crushes it and immediately starts rubbing his eyes, like something, like, just like massaging his temples. Like, hasn't said anything since. He's just
Good. And how's Mink feeling?
So Mink is kind of taken aback because she's been having some interesting dreams lately, and this is kind of putting her in the mindset that, like a little bit of deja vu, like she's seen this before.
All right. Interesting. Interesting. Um, Okay, so I know you all feel a little bit different. I want to explain. I want to explain. Um, you all, you know, all of you, same birthday and everything, you know, and I gave you all that as like a joint, birthday present years and years and years ago when I first met you. Um, when you're a kid, it's you don't really always kind of understand what you have when you have it. You don't really understand the energy that you have when you're younger. You don't understand, like the joy and wonder of getting to experience new things. Like the first time you heard your favorite song, you know, and where you were, the first time that somebody said they liked you, first kiss, your first like everything, it's a
Oh yeah,
magical.
I've had my first kiss. I've had it. Yeah, absolutely. It's happened. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And
Inside check.
It's the first
uh,
kiss.
sure, sure. If you want that to be the very first roll of the game,
No,
okay.
no.
Um, it's fine by me. But there's a way to kind of almost crystallize that, if it makes sense, Um, and that's kind of what that bead has been doing on your bracelet this whole time. It's just been kind of experiencing, you know, life with you. And so
It was watching us the whole time.
watching is a very strong term.
The whole time.
I have not been
The
watching you.
whole time. Okay.
I have not been
Okay.
watching you. So whatever is
I'm gonna
going
look.
on is between you and you. Okay, it's not really
I'm
like
looking
a
at the
thing.
bead. I'm looking at the cracked bead. What does it actually look like now? What was inside of it?
Um, so it's a larger bead than the rest of them. And it
Uh-huh.
looks, man, like the inside of the bead looks kind of like if you've ever seen, like sort of like the rough like pockmarked like and like striations of a peach pit. Like it's smooth
Okay.
on the outside, but it looks kind of like that on the inside, where you cracked it.
Like a seed.
Yeah, it looks like a seed. Uh, Almost as though like a seed was like made into a bead. And he says, "Look, right now, think of it like you having all of that, like all of that wonder, all of that potential, all of that everything, um, kind of at your fingertips right now. Um, it it won't last long. You're really only going to have it until the next dawn. But I figure it's the kind of thing that you might appreciate before you go off to college, before you start your jobs, before you join the NBA."
Absolutely. Mr. Elias, you're saying a lot of like potential and like your growth and stuff. Wonder what is happening. What what can what are we doing?
I mean, that's going to be up to you. The future is in your hands. Maybe a little bit more a little bit less figuratively than it was, you know,
Does
before.
Elias have like a hoop, like a basketball? You know, like one of those. Okay.
Yeah, he's got like a little like plastic like basketball hoop, and he does have like a little ball, like a
Okay.
little
Cool.
like plastic ball, but he has like directly over a garbage can, so it looks like he more often uses it to like yeah.
Roel is going to grab a plastic ball and is just gonna try to shoot it.
Go ahead and go ahead and
And
make an athletics.
can I suggest something though?
Yes.
Because based on my power that
Yeah.
we've talked about, it is
Uh-huh.
not accuracy related.
No.
It is and this I don't know like if anybody if it's okay, but the power that I chose is more of like speed and teleportation. Um what I'm trying to do with Roel, not being able to control it, is to try and shoot from afar. Uh and whatever I roll, will yeah. Anyway, athletics you said?
Athletics. Are you putting any mojo into this?
I am. I'm going to try to put a mojo in it. I don't have athletics on here
Okay. So then that's fine.
because
Do you
he's not really athletics. He tries hard, but he's not.
right?
My here is will, by the way.
Mhm. So do you want to check off any of your mental stress and add whatever box you check off to your roll?
Yeah, let's do. Do we check off the first one or the fourth?
Whichever
Like,
one you want. You can
I'm
check
gonna
off.
check off. I'm gonna check off one,
Okay.
just to, because I'm just trying stuff out, right? All right,
Yeah.
cool. All
Uh,
right, let's do that. And I just roll.
mhm. And
Okay, cool.
add the one to it.
All right, cool. I know how to do that. I've played this game before. This isn't my first time playing Fate. I don't know what to talk about. Uh, so it's 1 + 1,
Hmm.
so it's
Yeah. No problem. It goes in, but does anything extra happen before
instead.
or during it going in?
So instead of me just shooting, what happens is because I'm trying, like I'm focusing really, really hard on getting there. I basically teleport from where I'm standing right next to the basket. How high is the basket? Is it just high or is it
It's like maybe 6 feet up.
okay?
It's
Cool.
kind of like face level
I'm
with Terry.
a little bit because I'm 5'4" and my face is right next to the thing. So I float and I'm right there and I shoot it and then I fall on my butt because I'm floating because I basically teleported over is what I want to happen.
Yeah, and the three of you see that happen. Mr. Elias is like, oh,
Oh
you.
shit! What happened? How did I get here?
Uh, it seems that that is part of your potential.
I'm also gonna close my eyes really hard and I'm gonna stretch my legs just to see if anything happens.
You are still the same height for right now. Uh,
Okay, I can work with this. I can work with this. I can fly apparently. I can fly. That is cool. That is very cool.
Yeah, Terry at this point like has his hands over his eyes and he's looking pointed like he's never looked up since they cracked the bead and he's been looking down and he just says through his hands because he's realized what's happened to everybody. He's like, Mr. E,
what's up, Terry?
you could have gave us the heads up on this. Like and like what's going on with Terry right now? His eyes have been flickering between heat vision, night vision, a bunch of like telescopic, microscopic, and right now they're stuck on X-ray, and that's why he's been looking down because he does not want to look straight out into this room.
Okay, so I want to be clear. I wanted to make sure that you all were in a safe place, that you were well fed. Because I think telling you to crush a bead and you're going to have magic powers for the next 24 hours is not the kind of thing that you just kind of toss out there. You kind of ease people into stuff like that.
Do we have control over which superpower, or is it this is the one we have right now?
I think you have control. I'm going to be honest with you. This is not something that I've ever gotten a chance to benefit from. It's
Why
just
not?
sometimes you learn stuff for other people, if that makes sense. You know, sometimes when you learn a lesson, it's not necessarily a lesson you learn for you. It's something you learn to pass on to other people.
Roel pokes at Mateo. It's like, what can you do? Poke. Just to see if something reacts. Like pokes your shoulder.
I poke him back. It's like, I don't know. It's literally been 10 seconds. You just flew.
Like,
what's like
wish something, I guess.
Terry's over there having a freaking moment, and you're asking me what I can do? I don't know. What can I do? And I'll look at Mr. Elias, and I'll literally just say, like, tell me what I can do.
I can't tell you
What can I do?
You can do. You know how I feel. I feel like you all can do whatever you want. I think you can. Whatever you set your mind to is what you can do. So what do you want to set your mind
I'm
to?
gonna look at one of the strawberries that's still on the cutting board, and I'm gonna smash it with my hand. And then I'm gonna look at the smashed thing, and I'm gonna try to turn it back into a regular strawberry.
Okay. I think that would probably be. Let's go with. Let's go with medicine, maybe, or
Medicine?
no, not
I got no medicine.
But you can still make the roll without the medicine. But
Yeah.
I don't even feel like medicine's like uncrushing something. You know what? Let's go with
Got fight.
maybe
But it's kind of like what I want is for the opposite to happen. I shouldn't have to roll to squish a strawberry. It's turning it back into a regular strawberry.
Right, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh.
Let's go with
Craft.
yeah. I think crafts or
Crafts.
let's try
okay.
crafts.
I don't have that.
Let's try crafts.
Let's try.
And do you want to check off
0?
well,
I got
before
0.
we
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's like it's still a strawberry, and I eat it. It's like,
look,
well,
you can do that without the super.
apparently I could crush things. Yeah, no kidding. I just continue eating, a little frustrated with myself.
And then Roel does look at Mink and is like, "Do you know what you can do?"
And Mink is like, she's not quite sure what she can do, but she's very hopeful that she can read people. She wants to be able to read people's thoughts because in the back of her mind, she's like, I'll finally know how people really think about me. So it's very selfish, but that's what she's hoping. So,
does she want to try and read anybody's mind in this room?
yeah. So the first person that she wants to read is Terry.
Okay. I would say let's go for either an empathy or a rapport roll. And you're trying to beat a 1 right now.
Okay. I'll go with rapport.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 2.
All right. So yeah, with a 2, What is Terry thinking right now?
I could see everyone's pores.
And I think you might be muted.
Yeah, he still got his head in his hand, just like, don't look up, don't look up. Trying to basically get his eyes back to normal.
Got you.
He's just, don't look up, don't.
Okay. So Mink turns to Royale and says, I don't know what I can do, but I have a feeling, a strong, strong feeling I might be able to. And then she whispers, get into people's minds.
Really? That's so cool. Try guessing what I'm thinking.
Okay, let me try. Let me try.
Okay. And Ruel stares at you, eyes wide open. Try to guess.
Okay, let me see. Let me see.
I'm standing right behind Mink. I want to be a big boy. I want to be a very big boy.
Oh, go ahead and give me another rapport roll.
This was a 3.
Okay.
Pretty good.
You actually find that there's a lot more resistance this time around. That being said, the question is, does Roel want Mink to read his mind?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit of resistance, but like he's excited and he wants Mink to read. He wants Mink to read his mind. And you do get 7. No, is that a good thought? Yeah, no, it's okay. 7. Thinking 7. Man, I really wish I could be tall. 7. 7 is all you get as Roel is trying to just pass on the number 7 to you.
Okay. So Mink is like, were you just, this may sound really random, but were you thinking the number 7?
Oh my god, that's so cool! I totally was thinking the number 7. Like I was like blasting the number 7 towards you. That's so cool.
Oh, I got it. I got it. See what I mean? I think I can read people's minds.
That's so cool.
Mr. Elias hears read people's minds and says, "Oh, okay."
And then Ruel does whisper to me, try reading Mr. Elias's mind just to see.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. So then Mink immediately starts to like focus her mind on Mr. Elias, like she's trying to pick up whatever she can.
Okay. To give me another roll.
And I literally said 3 minutes ago, don't beat your power.
What? It's not abusing, it's practice.
Oh my goodness.
This is a safe space
Safe.
where you can dive into another person's mind.
So I got another 3.
Okay. With a 3, you try to reach in and listen in to what's going on in Mr. Elias's head. And all you can hear is just like his experience of like the loudest concert he's ever been at. Like him being like directly next to like this like almost like industrial drum set. Like there by the pit, and he's also like not too far from the speakers, and it's like blowing his eardrums out. like loud enough to make even Mink wince.
Okay. So
He's blocking her out.
I turn back to Royale and I whisper, I don't know what's going on in his head, but all I hear is like some doom, doom, doom. Just heavy beat. That's it. It's all music.
Okay. All right.
That-
I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna try it one more time. One more time. I'm gonna grab Roll's leg. I'm gonna look him dead in the eye. I'm gonna say, "Do you want to be tall? Do you
Yes,
really want to be tall?"
absolutely.
Okay.
You make dreams
I'm going
come
to
true.
try to. I'm gonna try to deceive him into thinking he's 7 feet tall. You're
Oh
gonna
my
be
god.
7 feet tall. No, mind you, he wants this. So that should possibly. I want to use one of my fate points and use "Oh that guy" and a bonus when using rapport against fellow classmates. So that's a +1 plus deceive. So that's 4. So 5 to this roll. Can I do that? Is that all
Yes.
up on the up and up? Okay,
I
I'm gonna roll
I
for it.
believe so.
Yeah.
In this
Yeah.
case, oh man.
I got a 6.
If you've never played Fate before, you should know that uh your dice rolls will generally get you. The max is a +4, minimum is a -4. You usually get something between a +1 or +2. So having a 6 on a roll is incredibly high
He really
result.
believes, yeah, the result. Let's see, what's a +6? I forget what that is on the sheet on the ratings.
So high.
Uh,
So high. Um,
And I have a
it's
reaction to
fantastic.
right,
because
right.
I float.
Go for it. He
I
is
float.
7 feet off the
I'm
ground.
7 feet tall, and I'm floating to 7 feet using my teleportation constantly. I guess.
You did it, Peter. You found your happy thought.
So I think what's probably happening right now is, uh, if I understand this correctly, which I almost hope I don't understand it correctly, but if I understand it correctly, I think it looks like Roel just kind of flickering almost
Yeah, because I'm jumping
as
constantly.
he's like kind of jumping over and over and over and over again. So he's just kind of like just this almost like a ghost, just like
Yeah.
hovering like a foot and a half in the
Yeah.
air.
Yeah. Oh my god, it
Not
worked!
exactly what not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it.
Okay.
It worked.
All right. This is the part where I'm gonna say y'all are doing too much. Y'all are doing way too much. I need you all to rein it in. I'd like to take you all out, let you experience the world with a chaperone who understands what's going on with you today. But this thing that you're doing right now, Roel, we can't do that. We can't do that.
Mateo did it.
Okay. Well,
I
because
made
you
him
are magical.
tall.
Oh
I did
boy.
this.
Be your normal size. Be your original size for right now. We can get back to that later.
And then Ruel just sort of like, I guess, convinces himself that he's no longer tall and stops jumping. And he's like,
Okay.
man, that was fun while it lasted.
I'm glad you said that. So, this is not going to last forever. Okay? Some of the things that you say, like some of the things that you do will have lasting impacts, but like if you make something out of your abilities, your powers, whatever, I don't know if that's going to last past dawn tomorrow. And all of this goes away at dawn tomorrow. Okay? So if you pick a fight with somebody and they square up with you tomorrow, you're not gonna be able to do anything about it more than what you'd normally do. Okay? So just please. Okay? We good? Great?
Thanks.
Fantastic. So
Terry, how are you feeling?
You're muted.
You're still
muted.
Oh God,
Oh,
he's
my bad.
lost the ability to speak.
Yeah, you see Terry, he's put his headphones back on his ears and stands up and finally opens his eyes. Before they turn back to normal, you see like kind of a shimmer of darkness like, to his eyes before they turn back to normal. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. I don't know what that eye thing I just saw was. We'll talk about that later. Mink. Mink, stay out of my head. Dude. I don't know if you tried to get up here yet, but if you haven't, please don't.
Mr. E, you know who you gave those bracelets to.
Just
Exactly.
As he looks around the room.
I did you a favor. I'm doing my part to help the youth. Don't you betray me. Because I can't play concerts in my head all day. I gotta think about something at some point. Please. Please, I'm tired already. It's 6:15 in the morning. I'm already done with the day. Please don't read my brain anymore. Please. If you have, please don't do it again. If you haven't, thank you. God bless you. You're my favorite. Just please.
Oh. We're playing favorites here. You give us all special powers. Now you're gonna say you're like she's your favorite.
We're all Liza's favorites. I don't think he gave superpowers to anybody else for a day.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, but
if you
apparently
have
there's a ranking
ability-
system amongst the four of us.
The ranking system is whoever can read my brain and doesn't gets to be at the top of the list. That's how that works. Okay?
Understood, Mr. E.
Okay. All right. All right. We're gonna go out. We're gonna have a good time.
Where are we going?
The bank.
Um,
I mean,
No.
excuse me.
to the
Nowhere
bank.
special. Just gonna go make a withdrawal. So
again,
That's how you get to the bottom of the ranks.
I gotta.
the bottom of the ranks, but rich as hell.
Look, don't do anything today that you won't be able to undo without whatever powers you have tomorrow.
So I can set stuff up for tomorrow. Okay.
Boy, if you don't.
I'm just thinking about my future. That's all. Thinking about all our futures.
This is not the way I want you to think about your future. I want you to think about, I don't know, future joys, future opportunities. Not hitting future licks, please. Let's not do that. Okay? Let's
That meme
Let's
hasn't
not do
happened
that.
yet.
because they're gonna figure out you came from me, which means I'm gonna be an accomplice. Don't do that to me. I thought you liked me. I thought we had an understanding.
Wait a minute. Who's gonna be coming after you?
The police. You think they don't have cameras in it?
They're not gonna believe that you gave powers to to 4 children, right? Unless there's
They
something
are
you're not
gonna
telling us.
believe that you walked into a bank, walked out with more money than you're supposed to have.
Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll just
What?
transfer some money. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Nothing's
I
leaving
need you
yet.
to- I need you to
I can
not
make a
try to do
trust.
please.
If we can control Mateo, and we will all be able. I have a feeling we will all be able to do that. Sort of. like sort of hold his hand, we will be okay.
Oh, oh. All right. I will say this. I don't know if it's something you're gonna have to worry about. But people have said sometimes when this happens that they feel like they're being watched. I don't, again, I never had this happen to me personally.
I was
So
gonna ask you use something like this for yourself.
Watched by who?
I don't know. I don't know. I've been able to to make these bracelets before, but um, nobody I've been able to make a bracelet for before has ever said that they've seen anything. Um, except one.
Mr. Is
She
this
said that she felt like she was being watched. Yeah, what's up?
Mr. Elias? I know you said this is a one-time thing, but like, what if you gave us another bracelet and then we wore it and then waited, I don't know, 17 more years, I guess, and then squeeze the bead again? Will we get superpowers again?
I'll just get bitterness and hate from being an adult.
You're not going to get the bitterness and hate from being an adult, but you will.
That just comes naturally.
But you will not get this. You asked me before, how come I never tried it? I did, but I didn't find out about it until I was already an adult. So, you know, doesn't quite work the same for us. So yeah, I'm just letting you know. If you feel like you're being watched, if something feels off, just let me know. Okay. Again, this is supposed to be a fun little once in a lifetime thing. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be anything else besides that. So if it starts to turn into something else, we can come back here. You know, I'll make sure that you all are okay.
Thanks, Mr. E.
Now, the stuff that I have in mind, there is there's a street festival that's supposed to be happening today. I thought that might be nice to go to, and the park's got a little summer play being performed. I think it might be Midsummer Night's Eve. So that's happening in the evening, and then later tonight, a friend of mine, she's doing the jazz performance. That's gonna be like, I think she said her set's at like 9 or something like that. Um, so there's plenty of time in there for us to grab food. Plenty of time for if you all want to hit another stop or do something else. That too. All of this is optional. I'm just throwing out ideas, in case you didn't have anything else going on today. But so y'all just let me know what you want to do.
I mean, I could go to the park.
I like the street festival too, and the jazz.
Street festival sounds good.
All right.
Well, sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, we it's pretty early still. Roel, if you want to go to the park and see if any of this translates to you being able to hoop a little better, you could do that for a little bit beforehand.
Absolutely. I think I can. I think this will really help.
Okay.
At least maybe my body will remember it when it's all gone. Like my body will
Exactly.
remember speed.
Absolutely.
I'll faster. Let's do it. Let's play some hoops. Yeah, absolutely.
100%. Definitely have this one. No question about it. But before we go, I do want to give you all each a little something. And he goes into a side room, and he comes back out with like, it looks like a souped up spork. Like it looks like if you've ever seen one of those like travel sporks, like the ones that have like the spoon and like the fork in it, and then it's got like a knife, like it's either got like a serrated edge on like one side or like on the handle or something like that. And he takes one and he hands each of those to you. Um, I know what it looks like. These are not for eating though. These are made from the same tree that the wood from your bracelets came from. And my understanding is that if you need help, if you need like something to bail you out, you can just kind of break this, and it'll do that. I don't know exactly what that means. It might mean something different for each of you. But again, like I said, I'm not trying to get you all into anything dangerous. This is all supposed to be fun, you know? So so you all have those. Just make sure you keep those in your pocket, keep it in your purse, keep it where you can get your hands on it easy. And yeah, then we can go.
Put the magic emergency spork in my pocket.
All right.
What does it do again? What's gonna happen if, like, let's say somebody like let's say I'm running from the cops, I've got a bag of money in my hand, and like I break the spoon. What happens?
I'm
I'm just saying.
know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so not good for that. Gotcha. All right. I'm not gonna rob a
Please.
bank.
Can we please avoid the police? Can we please avoid the police?
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it.
I believe.
Fantastic. All right. And then with that, he'll take some time. He'll enlist you all, get some help in packing up what's left over of breakfast, putting stuff in the fridge. He's not going to wash all the dishes. He'll do a couple of them, kind of while you all are doing the rest of the stuff. Although, I mean, like, since a lot of the plates are just getting covered and put in the fridge, there aren't that many plates. So he probably does finish all of it before he leaves.
Well, does help, but he's doing it really quickly too, because he's enjoying his powers.
Nice. And then he says, okay, so I got travel passes for us for the day. And he hands you all.
Mr. Elias, I kind of want to use my super speed to see if I can get to the park faster than you guys taking the passes. I don't know. Can we have a race? I want to see how fast I can go.
I'm not going to race.
I mean, no, but like in a car, like you guys are. But how far is the park from Mr. Elias's house?
From the shop, it's probably like a good like 10-minute walk. There is a bus that runs along his street that will, because like it's pretty much like a straight shot like across. Maybe like 6 or 7 like long blocks. to get to the park, but the bus does run like along his street, so you can just take the bus straight over, if you want to.
I
Which is
want
what
to see.
he's.
I want to see if I'm faster than a bus.
You want to see if you're faster than a bus?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to remind you
But what
that
if
you
I'm
will not
just?
be able.
What if I'm
Yeah,
just like fast?
I think fast is good.
Yeah, but the people won't see me because I'm too fast. They'll be like, I'm gone. Right?
Roel, why don't you start with like Usain Bolt, right? Like why don't you start with like some just be like a track star. Let's go with that,
Okay.
right? Real fast, like fast break, fast, but like the whole way. How about that? That work?
Okay. Okay.
I'm just worried about what will happen if somebody gets up, they're going to work, and they see you teleport past them. Do you turn to a blur? That's what I'm worried about.
But what if I leave from here so they don't see me running from here, from this shop right now? You'll see me blur. I'll just sort of like stop behind a tree or something so that I sort of like pop out hidden in the bushes.
He looks very, very, very doubtful. However, you feel like you might be able to wear him down a little bit. Uh, why don't you give me a rapport roll?
Okay. I do not have a rapport roll, so I'll just roll.
Okay. If you would like to put a little uh, magic into it to try and make a more convincing argument, you're more than welcome to.
I will actually do that because I'm excited to try it.
All
So
right,
I will check number 2, I guess, mental stress.
go for it, and then you'll add a 2 to your roll.
Okay, cool. Where's my little? I have it. I don't know where it went. Ah, there it is. So it's just 2.
Total?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Please, don't get caught. Don't get in trouble. I have a little bit of money to buy tickets and stuff. Please, do not, do not make me have to go to a police station today. That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
No, no police. No
Thank
police
you.
station.
Thank you. At least somebody turns and looks at Mateo. At least somebody understands no police today. Okay?
No police today.
Okay. All right. And he makes it over to the bus stop, which, like I said, is pretty close to his shop. It's like the one going in that direction is going to be on the other side of the street. So he'll take the rest of you on the other side of the street. He'll still hand Roel like the transit pass, so he
Um,
can get on.
Roel stays in the shop and just like leave the door open. I'm gonna start from here so nobody can see me disappear.
Cool. All right.
And thing is, as we step outside and on the bus, I think Terry is gonna whisper to Mr. Elias. He's gonna wreck your shop the second.
He better not.
just as the road comes zooming, he's gonna wreck your shop.
Do I have to roll to run?
Um, maybe,
Okay.
but before we get to that part, I think we've been live for a little bit. I think this is probably a good time for us to take a break. So if we are all feeling good about it, take a quick let's go for like a 10-minute break right now. So we'll be
10
back.
minutes.
It's 7 o'clock now, so we'll be back at about 7:10. I encourage everybody to do something that on my stream I like to call the 5 fingers of life. So in no particular order, I encourage you to get something to drink, get something to eat. Consider this a gentle reminder to take any medications you might need to take. Please get up, walk around, to stretch. If you've been with us since we started, you've been here for an hour and a half, and we got a little bit more to go. We're gonna be going until it'll be 9:30 my time, so maybe another 2.5 hours. So please move around a little bit. And last but not least, come on back. We have some good stuff going on. I am happy to announce that we've currently raised a little bit more money. We're currently sitting at 1,250. Thank you so much for the donation. I did not see when that came in, but I'm very, very happy to see that. So, if you want to get your donations in, great time to sit down and do that. Please do the stuff in whatever order tickles your fancy, and we'll be back, like I said, in about 10 minutes. So, see you in a bit, y'all. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're enjoying so far. Hope you did stuff on your break. Hope you actually took a quick little break there. Um, speaking of,
Eat a cookie in the bank.
speaking of breaks, I'm gonna figure out. I guess the first thing I'm gonna figure out is whether or not. No, actually, let's do that. Let's do that last because we know that's coming. Um, I'm imagining that Roel took off like as soon as the bus arrived because it's a little bit. Part of the point was to race the bus to see how much faster. Um, so the rest of you join Mr. Elias and get on the bus, and he's handed you your own transit passes, so you can swipe your pass to get on from there. And it's a much like the 7 blocks is not nearly as long if you're taking a bus. So you're only on there for like 3 stops. Um, and when you get on the bus, it's not particularly crowded. It is pretty early in the morning, so most people aren't necessarily up and out and about and doing things at like 6:30. But you live in a city, so there are always going to be some people who are doing things, even on a Saturday morning at 6:30. And so the probably the first thing that you notice is just kind of the even even this early in the morning, it's warm, not like unbearable outside, but inside this bus, it's pretty stuffy. You can see that the windows have been cracked a little bit, but the AC is not going. Um, and there are a number of people, maybe like 4 or 5, who are just kind of sitting in assorted seats. Some of them are fanning themselves. Some of them are kind of sitting uncomfortably in a puddle. All of them are starting to sweat a little bit here and there as you all are getting on this bus. Mr. Elias says, "Man, you would think with the amount of money that we have to pay for these fares, they would they'd at the very least get these buses fixed."
I'm lying now. That's why I walk everywhere.
Let's see. This might be because I actually worked on buses in my mind. Now I'm actually trying to figure out how to fix the bus, fix the AC system. So, is there a room in the back?
Yeah, so there is. I'm using MTA buses because I'm from New York. Um, I know that there is. I believe still in the new buses, but definitely in the old buses. There's like a panel that kind of pops
Mhm.
open. There's like a grill in the back. Nobody's sitting back there because that's actually right now that's the hottest part of the bus. So nobody's sitting
Okay.
like way, way, way in the back. But you do know that that panel is there, and you know that there's even if Mateo's not super well versed, he knows that like there's a bunch of like panels of machinery and stuff back there.
Yeah. That's actually where the air goes into the that's the air return. So that's like why it's the hottest, is because all the air gets sucked to that area. Um, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can like just casually, as he's sitting down, so not to make a big fuss about it. As he's sitting down, he's gonna like, how and might be dating myself. Remember Happy Days when the Fonz would kick the soda
Yeah.
machine to make it work? Yeah, and he's kind of do that with his elbow as he sits down in the very back. He's gonna hit the panel in the back to try to make it, make the AC work better. I got a got a +2 in tech if I can do that. If that's fine.
Yes. Tech or
Okay.
crafts. I'll give you a +1 if you have both.
Can I cover for
Um,
what Mateo's doing by like starting a beat to get people's attention towards me?
Sure, go for it. You can go ahead and make
Okay.
a perform.
Okay. 3 positives and a negative, so that's +2 to my on the roll, and I had a tech is at +2 already, so that's a 4.
All right, that is definitely a success. And for the um for the perform roll, what do we have?
That's just the one
Okay.
total.
I would say with a 1, that Terry sort of starts a beat, kind of simultaneously with the kick and the thump. Like right after Mateo, you hit that elbow. There's sort of like a and then just a and so whatever the beat is that people might have otherwise started to pay attention to, is just replaced by like little like, oh god, like thank god.
Mhm.
As the AC kicks in and you can start to feel that cool air kind of pouring in over you all now when it wasn't beforehand.
Nice.
Um, uh, and the bus driver kind of turns, looks back, and he's like, and then he grabs the intercom and he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that now that the AC is working, it'd be great if you all could close those windows so it can stay nice and cool in here." And so those people who are sitting by windows get up and start like pushing them closed, um, and and sitting down and kind of like still waving, still kind of fanning themselves a little bit with their hands or like maybe like a piece of paper. There's an older woman with a very large church hat. You can see that she's already in her church fineries. Most likely Seventh Day Adventist, going to church for an early service, like a very very early service. Probably like she's probably early for an early service at this point. So she just gives a little thank you Jesus as soon as the AC starts working again. So yeah, in the space of I'd say maybe like a stop, you all have managed to get all that going, and so it's a much cooler, much more chill ride for the next 2 stops. And when you all get off the bus, well, Roel, I think this would be a great time to let us know how that's going. I think that if you are just trying to outrun a bus,
Yes.
it makes sense for that to be either athletics or physique, because you do need to have a solid physique
I'm
for
gonna
that.
take physique because that gives me a
Okay.
+2.
Okay. Um, Buses don't go very, very fast, right? It's a commuter vehicle, very large. First thing on a Saturday morning. Driver's not trying to like blow through traffic or anything like that. Just not going super fast. That being said, you're gonna have to run pretty decently quick in order to keep up with it still, because it looks like it has all the lights going almost straight from stop to stop.
All right, let me roll that. 3 plus my physique of 2, so that's not too bad.
That's more than not bad. That is a successful style.
Woo! I will meet everyone. So what I did is like I took off from the shop, right? And then I paused for a little bit to make sure that the shop is locked because I don't want Mr. Elias's shop to get robbed while we're all not there. So I left and then I arrived maybe a little too early and I wanted to make an impression. So I walked a little bit quicker to right in front of the bus stop where you guys all get off and just sort of lean and wait for you guys to show up, and that is what greets you when you get down from the bus.
Okay. Mr. Elias gets off the bus and says, "Oh, okay. All right, I think you're faster than a bus at least."
I think so too. That was really cool. This was. I really hope my body remembers at least the feeling of this, so that I could figure out how to apply it to becoming a top athlete in the future. Because I really want to be a basketball player, and speed is key.
Uh-huh. Okay.
How's your bus ride?
Cool.
Cool.
Refreshing even.
Nice. Nice.
All right. So he starts walking towards where the basketball courts are. And surprisingly, maybe not so surprisingly, uh, the court's already pretty full. It looks like there are a couple of other people who had the same idea, probably wanted to get a couple of games in, maybe a little bit of practice in before it got to be super hot. Um, so there are a couple of there are three different courts. The fourth one, so there's two full courts. One of the courts is occupied with people doing like a full court game, right then and there. And then the others have the other court has two people on either side just shooting around, doing little like half court games. And Mr. Elias says, I mean, I don't know. Maybe y'all can call next if you want. I'll just hang out. And then put on my basketball shoes today. So
Uh, Mr. Elias, how would you feel if I tried something where
terrified.
well, let me say it first. Where I move fast. You know how I jump really high for like a long time and it looked like I was floating? What
Mhm.
what if I move really, in like Looney Tunes, those cartoons where you move really, really fast and there's like it seems like there's four people, even though it's just one person, like doing all of the positions. What if I'm a team of one basketball player?
That sounds like a terrible idea.
But how am I supposed to practice my skills if I don't push myself past the limit?
Guess you'd have to explain to everybody where those other three went when you start and stop.
And then I would look at Mateo and I'd be like, I mean, maybe Mateo can make people not look at me.
I don't know.
I could be a distraction. I mean, it's like, what is, what is, what is basketball if not a game of just a mind game? Like he thinks he's tall. I mean, that's a mind game right there. He's playing himself.
Tall. I am the tall end of average.
See, good job, nice.
Thank you.
It's all in the mind. To an ant, you are a giant.
I am majestic.
I am majestic.
That's one way to put it.
Oh my god. Which court are you all by? Are you by the full court game or are you by the two half court games?
Which one has the least amount of people?
Um, I guess
I know they're all like sort of there's people there,
yeah,
but
yeah.
like least amount, so that there's least people to fool.
On the full court side, it looks like they're playing 3-on-3. So it's two teams of three. Um, on that court, but they're like these are like bigger people. Like they look as though and actually, I mean, you might recognize one or two of them from one of your high schools. But these are like these are like student athletes on this side. Like these are people who like are very clearly going to at the very least join their teams when they get to college if they aren't like going to college to play ball outright. So they're bigger, faster, stronger than the other people who it looks like they just some other people who've done a pickup game. One of the sets, one of the pickup games is a 3-on-3, but these look like older guys. Like these look like people who are maybe in their like 40s, like late 30s, 40s, who are just starting their day off with like a pickup game sort of deal. And then it's like some younger kids who are playing on the other half court.
I'm gonna go with the athletes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
I mean, we're friends already. Like they've seen me practice. They're not that impressed with me, but I mean, I think they're like impressed with my heart and my will and my ability to really not let my circumstances get me down. That's what I believe. I don't know whether they believe that, but that's what I believe. So I say hi to them.
Is Royal on the team?
Royal's not on the team. Royal's trying real hard, but he's not. His dream is to become a basketball player. Hand-eye coordination, height, not there.
Imagine like Kobe Drive with like I don't want to. This may be a slight. No, I'm not gonna say that. Imagine Kobe Drive without Kobe talent.
Kobe power.
The first Space Jam, after the Monstars steal the steal the abilities. That's what we're looking at.
Yep.
But yeah, so they're there, and the two, the two teams stop there, and they do notice you over there, and
Oh,
and at the end of the play, one of them, like one of the kids from your high school walks over and daps you up and says, "Hey, what you doing?"
I just want to try and see if I could get into one of the games. Like, see if I, you know me, always trying to improve, always trying my best.
Uh, yeah, okay.
Rude.
Y'all want next?
Uh, yeah. And then I look at my other friends. Do you want to join, or do you want to do what I wanted to do?
I think Terry's seen that response from that guy. Is like, I'll play.
Oh,
Yeah, stand up, stand behind roll, do like a squad kind of pose. Yeah. What up, yo? Very, very off, like off vibe.
Mink,
And
Mink,
Mink pulls out some portable pom poms that she has, and she's like, "I won't play, but I definitely cheer you on. What's the team name?"
go.
The Giants.
Much better than what I was thinking because I was looking at my shirt and my shirt says Crab Hut and I didn't want to call us the Crabs. But that's all I could think of in my head. But I don't want to say it. So the Giants are much better. Oh, it says Crab Hut.
Oh, Crab Hut. Okay.
All right.
And then as Mink is taking out her pom poms, I do walk over to her and it's like, do you think you could like check their like read their minds and see like what they're thinking of doing when we play? Just I don't know how can you baseball it up? You know, like with a coach and you're just like signaling what they think what they're thinking and what they're gonna do. I don't know. Is that something that we can do?
I think that's a good idea. I can certainly try.
Yes. So basically, I'm going to like I don't know how your mind reading power works, whether you can like project into my mind as well. But I think this is a great chance to try new things with our superpowers.
Yes, Mink is all for it.
All right. Okay. It takes maybe another like 6 or 7 minutes for them to wrap up their game because it looks like they've been playing for a little bit already. And then you can see that they huddle up and they're like, okay. And they kind of like rearrange the teams a little bit. So it's two of the players from the original winning team and then one of the players from the other team. And you can see that they traded in for like the shortest player on the losing team. To make them to try and match it up properly. And they're like, all right.
But all right, whatever.
Cool. What I'd like from each of you, I'd like for each of you to give me either. Okay, well, you can give me a check. Athletics will always work. But if you have something else that you want to try, feel free to do that. And for Mink, if you are trying to, I guess, why don't you tell me actually, Mink, what do you want to do?
So, as Mink is she's in her head right now because she's thinking of some cheers that she could try out. So she's trying to like rhyme like giants. I don't know what's gonna rhyme. I don't know what's gonna rhyme with that. But anyway, so then she focuses on the the first two, the winners from the previous game. So she focuses on each of them one by one to just try to see if she can pick up any information about strategies or what they're thinking.
Okay. I would say you can give me either an empathy or a rapport roll. See if you can poke around in their heads, see what's going on with that.
All right, I'm gonna go with rapport. Ooh, okay, a 1.
Okay. Do you want to spend any fate points to re-roll or boost it, or do you want to spend any? Do you want to check off a mental stress to put a little bit of extra juice into that?
Yeah, I'll check off a mental stress. 1 mental stress.
Great. So you'll add a +1 to that, and that bumps up to a 2.
Hmm.
Okay. So a 2 will be a success, and with a 2, you get just kind of surface thoughts. So one of the players on the winning team is a classmate of Roel's, and that classmate is kind of thinking like, well, he's not like I don't know why he keeps doing this to himself. Like, I'm gonna try not to embarrass him, but boy, oh boy. And the other person is like, okay, we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna take Big Man. And he's thinking specifically of Terry. It's like I'm gonna have to watch him.
Like at this moment, you see Terry actually stretching, and he's just doing his normal capoeira stretches. So it's not like normal stretching. He just has a smile on his face. Just
Stretches, but doesn't reach as far as anybody else. But he's stretching.
So Mink walks over to Roel and says, I get the feeling there's not a lot going on over there. I think y'all can take them.
Okay, cool. I think
Dang.
we'll surprise them because
Yeah.
I'm a little bit faster, and if I wish really really hard, think I can jump higher. So I think it'll be okay.
Y'all got this.
All right. I think the game goes for maybe about it goes pretty quick. They decide they want to, since there's a couple of people, they want to rotate teams. They decide to make game 11. So you all will tell me what you're looking to do in terms of shooting around. Are you all trying to? You're trying to play offense, defense? You let me know.
I am trying to play offense because I feel like my speed can like really get under them. And let's see. I'm definitely adding some stress here. Can I does it have to be like 1, 2, 3?
No,
Four?
you can do it. You can like if you want to. If you were fresh and you wanted to do 4, you could do that.
Okay, cool. I will do a mental stress of 3. Or is it mental or physical? Does it matter?
It'll be mental.
Okay, I'll do
if
mental
you're
Yeah,
using
stress.
your
that's magic.
powers.
Well, I'm absolutely using my powers. Yeah. And let me roll. Would it be physique then?
Yeah, you can do physique or athletics. Actually,
I
how
would like to make a case for will because I'm willing myself really hard. to win.
um I will counter and say, depending on how aggressively Roel is playing, I might also go for fight.
Oh, man, do I even have anything in fight? Let me check. I do have 1 in fight. So,
Okay, so if you have
I
both physique and fight, I'll give you another +1.
okay, fine. That works then. So if I have, so would it then be +3? Because I have
Hmm
2 in fight. So I'll do +3. Oh,
hmm
cool. That's pretty good. So it's +6
It'd
because
be
I'm
a
doing my mental.
+6, yeah.
Cool, cool. Let's do that.
All right, yeah, go for it.
Oh, I got a
Uh,
7 because I rolled a 1.
okay, that's kind of a lot. Um, cool. Yeah, Roel, this is probably the fastest you've moved with the ball, and maybe the most accurately you've moved with the ball. Um,
And
mhm.
I even though I'm fast, I'm not much better with accuracy and my hand-eye coordination.
Not so much,
But
no.
I'm moving so fast that I'm basically doing quantity over quality.
Exactly what I was going to say. A lot of your shots are going up, and they're coming right back out if they even go in the hoop at all. But because you're moving so quickly, you're getting a lot of rebounds, so you're getting a lot of second chances to take shots, and even third chances to take shots. Um,
Cool.
Yeah.
That is what I'm doing.
all right, we're playing by kind of old school park rules, so um, everything is a point unless you're shooting from 3 point range, and then that's going to be 2 points. So you all get pretty deep into the game. I think you get to like 6. And the other team's looking surprisingly tired. I mean, everybody's contributing. It's not just Roel, obviously, but there's a lot of the push has been made by Roel to start. Who wants to make their own push?
Oh well.
Go for it.
All right, go
So,
for it.
Terry.
What style does he have? Yeah.
So Terry doesn't play basketball, but he has all the physique and athleticism that Roy wants.
Sure.
And what he decides to do is be the distraction.
Okay.
He's going to use all of his athleticism to not physically, but trip these guys up. Like passing the ball in just odd ways.
Send a lot of picks, I imagine.
Yeah. And rebounds, being in places they didn't expect him to be at. Like, just making just odd movements that they're not used to on the basketball court. And
Yep.
more importantly, getting their attention on me and not Roel.
All right.
Using all of his athleticism and training.
Okay. I will say athletics, obviously, but I will also offer in that case that maybe he may also be trying to provoke them as well. So I'll say athletics or provoke, and you get a bonus if you get a +1 bonus if you have both.
I have both.
All right.
Wait, do I have provoke? No, I do not. I only have athletics. I thought I had it.
Go ahead and make the athletics roll then.
Yeah, so with athletics, I'm also using my aspect Jovial Caparista. And I'm spending a mental stress to use my sight. I'm using my heat and x-ray vision to essentially see where their stress is on each of these guys, like where they're putting the most stress on their bodies to get them to exert themselves a little bit more.
Absolutely. I love it. Yeah, go ahead. I don't think you'll have to work very hard because of my rolls. But what does Sphinx, you already know. You already know how I roll. What do we have?
So that would be oh, there's something else I wanted to argue for
Mhm.
before I read my rules. You remember that last stunt I sent you this morning? One
Yeah.
against many? Could I used it here? Or
I'm
would
gonna
you
say yes.
argue this?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say
Okay,
yes.
so that would be an extra +2 to what I was already adding.
I mean, this would be a group of people that you're trying to mix up. Yeah, go for it.
That's a 10 total.
All right. Okay. All right. I want you again. If you've never played Fate before, I need you to understand. A 3, a 4, a 5, those will get the job done most of the time. You don't need a 10. A 10 is unnecessary.
I rolled a
Didn't
2
have
and
to
I was
open. You didn't have to kill them, man. You didn't have to literally murder them. It's just a game.
I mean, Kendrick told me otherwise. You do have to go for the kill shot, but these they're not doing well.
Like, this is exercise for him. Like,
Okay, a couple of things are happening all at once. I don't want to miss this part. I will get back to that in a second. Mink, while you're on the sidelines, and and you're cheering, you're cheering your friends on, and there's stuff to cheer about. They're doing a really good job. Some of the better basketball. Well, they're doing very well. I don't want to say it's some of the better basketball that you've seen, because I don't know if it necessarily looks like pretty from Roel's side of things, but it's very functional. Scoring, and one of the players on the other trio that's sitting out watching is like, kind of leans over to her. It's like, these are your friends? You might be muted.
Me?
Mink.
No.
I completely missed that part.
No worries. They're one of the players from the trio that's not playing on your side. Leans over and says, "Oh, these are your friends?"
Okay. Well, I guess I did miss that part. Okay. So I did get it. Um, so Mink says, "Of course they are."
Hi, they look like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here supporting. I thought I'd play, but I'm better on the sidelines cheering. What about you? What brought you here today?
I mean, I was just trying to get some ball in, But what you doing tonight? What you trying to get into? You and your friends want to hang out later after this?
Oh, what do you got in mind?
We got like a little bit of a party happening over at my homeboy's place tonight. If you and your friends want to come along, bring them along.
Oh, a party? Okay. That sounds interesting. I have to see what they think. But yeah, that sounds like something we could definitely get into.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me give you my number then.
Okay.
And then he hands over. I'm sorry. He gives you his number. And also introduces himself properly. Gives his name. His name is Henry. And he puts he'll like offer to put his info into your phone, and if she says yes, he'll put the info in there. He'll give her the address for everything, and again his number is like, just call me and let me know if y'all are coming through.
Okay. So Mink gives her phone, and while he's putting the number in there, she definitely is trying to scan and read what's on his mind.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me either an empathy or a rapport.
Okay. I got a 4.
It's pretty obvious. It is more or less I imagine what she expected. Um, he thinks you're pretty, wants to get to know you, and is also trying to see if he can convince his friend to like do something at his house, because his friend does have a place where a party could happen, but no party has been scheduled as of right now. So he really just wanted to like he's looking for an excuse and couldn't think of anything else. So he's like, okay, all right, I get it together. All right, I gotta go to the store. I think I might be able to grab like a bottle or two from like my dad's stash. I think he's got some stuff. Shit, I need music. Who do I know who's got music? I don't just trying. He's trying real hard. He's trying. God bless his soul.
Does Mateo
Hey.
recognize? Does Mateo see this interaction going on?
So I was gonna ask, does Mateo feel like he has to try right now? Because there's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. I have like offensively in the game. There is a thing I can do that I got in mind, but I'm more interested in what's happening with my friend on the sidelines. The other two,
Yeah.
like we got freaking Speedy Gonzalez and the and the freaking like a athletic a gymnast basically just making the ball disappear over
Yeah.
here, and it's like I'm just here to support, but then I'm like noticing this guy is hitting up my friend. Does she look okay? Do I need to do something? Is like from her expression, from everything that's going on, like she's reading his mind. What am I getting from her expression there? Just on the surface level of everything.
Go ahead. What does Mink look like? I guess the question is, what does Mink look like to this kid, who's trying to talk to her, and what does she look like to her friend who has known her a little bit longer?
So,
Because I imagine the three of us are pretty protective of her.
so to the guy Henry, she's smiling, but her eyebrows are kind of like because she's trying to be like, wait, is this a party or not? But to her friends, to Mateo and everybody else, she probably looks concerned.
Okay.
I want to accidentally swat the ball out of the guy out of the what do you call it, the offense's hands, and accidentally like just launch it at the dude's head.
Okay.
Just like, oops, sorry, are you okay? Kind
Okay.
of a moment. Let's see. All I've got is for physical stuff is fight. But that's at +1. I'm willing to throw some. There's no magic in this, so I'm thinking I could just do a +2, and for physical. Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I think that's okay.
Yeah. Ah, jeez. That's a 1. Just it's in the general direction of him, I'm hoping. Just like
Yeah. It definitely goes off court. That part, no problem. It goes a little bit wide, and he does like try to reach out and like grab the ball and throw it back in. And
I'll come back. I'll come up to him and it's just be like I won't. It's not that like, oh hey, thanks for grabbing the ball kind of a grab. It's that like I'm eyeballing him the whole walk over. It's not even a run. I'm walking towards him kind of a thing, and grab the ball, slow nod to him, and throw the ball back into the court.
Yeah. And he kind of looks a little bit nervous. Mink, if you're still in there, if you're still kind of gauging what's going on there, he's like, she got a man? Trying to block me? What's going on here? Might have to make sure I got a couple extra boys tonight. No, I don't. I gotta get music. God damn. And so he's still trying to plan this party in his head right now. And you can
candles, maybe some lotion.
This man has a mission to do.
It's not that kind of party. I'm just gonna don't worry, y'all. It's not that kind of party. But
He tried to
I
go
think
off on
it's
his own. He tried to go off on his own adventure, like.
that's a side quest. And if we hit 1500, maybe we'll explore the side quest. Henry's side quest will be another game we'll do. But very quickly, y'all are able to make it look pretty bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not a complete blowout. It's not you didn't blanco. But it looks very. It looks a lot like the Super Bowl. Put it like that. It's the same sort of margin. It's not a good look. Uh, and so Roel, your friend on the team, Michael, is like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know what you were doing there just now. You kind of doing too much, but
I learned some tricks. It's not really it's it's quantity really. Like you shoot enough, some of those balls are gonna go in.
yeah, that's what you think. Just shoot enough.
I,
Okay.
shall we look at the score?
Final score, by the way, is 11-4. it's it's like, hey. Most of that, you got you got the rebounds. I'm not gonna lie, you got the rebounds. But most of that is because your man over there is heavy on defense. So just
First of all, there's no I in team. My team, we work together. There's no, I win, we win. He wins, we win. That's how it works. Maybe if you had better team, work whatever with your team, maybe you wouldn't be at 4.
I
Maybe you'd
look.
be the
Okay,
11.
you got a lot to say. I'm gonna tell you right now. I would smoke you right now.
Well,
Man,
maybe
trying to get
maybe
one on one.
maybe we can do a one-on-one. Maybe, and then at this point, I do look at Mr. Elias to see like maybe I can do a one-on-one because I've been holding
Mr.
back. I'm gonna tell you,
Miss
'cause I want to make it look normal. When I look at Mr. E, I'm like maybe one-on-one.
Mr. Elias, he looks at you and then he's like looking at his watch, and then he leans back and he takes out his phone and pretends like he's been checking text messages or something.
Sounds like approval to me.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Let's put some money on it then. How much you got?
I've got $5.
Fine. I'll put up 5.
And a broken beaded necklace. Bracelet.
Broken beaded bracelet. But I'm not getting sentimental value.
I don't want your bracelet.
Hey, you would.
You can keep your bracelet. I will take your $5 though.
Oh,
I won't let you buy me lunch though.
I will take you. You will go away from here with less than $5. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So we're gonna do this in 3 rolls.
Okay.
What do you want the first roll to be?
I'm gonna rely on a lot of my speed here, a lot of my physique. And I'm going to ask if I could do like a physical stress because what is my yeah. So it's gonna be a lot of my I'm gonna go hard. Can I do performance here? Like I'm trying to outperform him. No. I'm just trying to
I'll allow it. I'll
All
allow
right,
it.
I'll do
allow it.
perform. Okay, cool.
Lots of athletes will do yoga and ballet and other forms of physical activity to kind of give them some more flexibility, to kind of help with their timing and stuff like that. Your timing is probably pretty good from the time that you've spent with Mr. Elias. He definitely
Terry
worked hard
just
on it.
demonstrated that.
Also, I am going to use one of my stunts where I can change my strength. So it's called strength from determination. I can use will instead of physique to make my roll.
Okay,
So
go for it.
and I add +4. And the plus, or is it like I have to choose one or the other?
You got it. Okay, so you got to choose one skill to roll.
I'll use my will because that's
Okay.
+4. That's better. Um, and because I want to win real bad. Um, can I add some physical stress here? Can I do a +2 on my physical stress because I'm pushing my body?
I'll allow it.
Sweet, cool. So that's okay. Cool. That's +7 already. My God, I hope I roll a 0 or higher.
I hope you
It is
don't.
a 1. I rolled an 8.
Okay, well that's definitely success with style.
Sweet.
So you Roel goes up very, very quickly. Y'all are only playing till 7 because there are still other people on the court, and they want to get some other games in. So it's only playing to 7. Um, but very quickly, Roel is up 4-0.
Sweet. It is definitely a lot of again, his accuracy did not improve with his magic powers. So it's a lot of and before the guy could get the ball, I'm just grabbing it, shooting again, grabbing, shooting it. I do not give him a chance to touch this ball for 4 points. Sweet. Can I do it?
I mean, that's an awful lot of pressure, a lot of stress to put on yourself.
But I'll only use 1 instead of 2 stress.
That is a-okay with me. Go for it.
Sweet.
I'm again hoping that you roll poorly.
Cool. And then I'll still use. Is there a limit to the stunts that I can use, or I can just reuse that stunt?
No, you can still use that son.
I'll use the will again, so that's 4 + 5. Yay! Oh wait, no. What did I do? No. Okay, cool. Okay, it is still a +4 because I rolled a 0, so I rolled a 4. So I rolled 0, so I got 4.
Okay. I actually did roll like complete trash, so it's not a successful style, but it is a success. Um, you all go back and forth a little bit. The score ends up getting to 6-3.
Cool. Can I
And
taunt a bit?
if you want to, go for it. Yeah.
I'll absolutely taunt him a little bit. And we
Yeah.
maybe I should have got maybe I do you want to raise it a little bit higher? Maybe that'll make you feel like I don't think you're passionate about this fight right now. I don't think you have the passion that you're clearly lacking right now.
Man, you better be quiet and give me this ball so I can dunk on you.
Maybe $5 isn't enough.
If you got more, I'll take the rest of your money.
I mean, I don't have any more money, but I think you do.
I'm not just giving you this ball. But I would like for you to give me a provoke roll to see if you've managed to get into his head at all.
Okay. Do I have provoke? I don't think I do because I don't remember it. But it's just 0. That's fine.
Mhm.
I provoke roll. It is a 1, just flat 1.
That is higher than the 0 that I rolled. So that is a success.
I'm gonna
He isn't
hold up
able to.
my bus ticket, and I can say I got $100. I'm gonna throw it down and I'm gonna I'm gonna roll a deceive. I don't want everyone to anyone who sees it thinks they see $100 bill.
Okay. All right. Because there are a couple of people here, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to kind of bend multiple minds to this illusion all at once.
I'll take a mental stress of a 3. So this is. I just want to guarantee I just throw down. So I just want to make sure it's gonna grow. So it's deceive +4, mental stress 3, roll of 1, so 8 total.
Okay. I don't even know why I rolled. I'm not going to beat an 8 with that. Yeah, it's a successful style. And so
Yay.
uh,
Gonna
Henry.
quickly pick up my.
Okay, you pick it up quickly.
Yeah, to pick it up quickly, just in case somebody investigates it.
Yeah.
It's down there. It's $100.
So Henry is looking. He's like, man, I gotta see if I can get that. Yeah, no. I could buy some pizza, and I could
This guy's
see if
trying
I
a
could buy
lot.
like a new speaker. Man, oh yeah. He's thinking. He's formulating. You can see the wheels are turning in his head. Mink. He's still trying to get this thing off the ground. He's determined to make it happen. I need one more roll. Roel.
I mean,
One more roll. Just try and finish up this game.
okay, cool. I'm just gonna use my will, my stunt, because I don't have any more stresses. I want to save it for like other things, because like let me just roll with my will.
How badly does
I want to win really bad.
I'm feeling that? What if
I rolled a 2 plus my +4, so it's 6. I really want to win. Like I want like success, success. I want all these people to be talking about me the next day and be like, "Oh my god, he's actually super amazing. He's just we haven't been giving him the chance." That's what I want everybody to walk away thinking.
Everyone's been cutting him short.
Exactly.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
But I'm a tall person.
Oh, how dare you reach for the low hanging fruit?
That's the only one he could find.
I did it to myself. I did it to myself. Never mind. Cool. I have cast the first stone, but my house is made of glass. How dare I? There isn't any more to tap into. But would Roel want to reach beyond what his limitation is for this?
Yeah,
Would you want to
absolutely.
pull something from someplace else?
Yes, absolutely. I will. This is my thing. Basketball is my thing, and I have a chance to prove that I can do it, and I will 100% reach from wherever to make this more than just it's a luck thing. No, it's skill. I'm tall.
Roel, I imagine you've seen it before. I imagine you've seen people get crossed over before. I don't think you've ever done it.
No.
And I'm sure it's happened to you, but you've never been on the giving end of this.
Mhm.
And I think in that moment, you just kind of think, I'm going to do it. And the ball extends out, it hits your fingers. And so far, you've probably been like just kind of zooming in straight lines almost from point to point.
Mm.
And so Michael reaches for that ball and you bring it back around.
Uh-oh.
And part of him, like half of his body, is moving towards you and where you're going now. But the other half of him is still moving in the other direction. For the first time ever. You cross somebody up. You broke his ankles.
Shit.
And you just kind of continue that momentum into almost a picture perfect layup.
And I land, and I go, "Ah, dang it, tall!" That's the landing.
I'm tall.
Everyone's like, oh, it's like a perfect like and one mixtape sort of situation. It's like picture perfect.
Well, people got their phones out for real.
Yeah, 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 100%. Henry actually is just like, oh shit. And Michael is starting to get up, and uh, he does get up, but you see him wince as he goes to put his left foot um, down, and he's doing that little hop. If you've played basketball, you already know how this goes. I spent years playing all sorts of sports. I played volleyball, played basketball, I played a little bit of baseball in like a summer program. I played tackle football on concrete like a madman occasionally, mostly in fields, but
I mean,
occasionally.
same.
Uh, you know. But the most deadly sport by far is basketball. That is the one where I've suffered all of my actual like physical sports injuries. And so he is hobbling off to the side. He's badly rolled his ankle. Badly rolled his ankle.
You
So
want some ice for that?
whatever, man. And you see him take out a $10 bill, and he's like, "If you got a five, give me the five."
And I grab the $10 bill and I give him like $6. Here, $1 for the ice that you might want to get later.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Whatever.
And then Ruel does look at him and sort of like squats in front of him as he's sitting down. It's like, you should tell your friends that I'm coming. I'm gonna. I'm a good player, I guess. You should tell your friends that I'm tall again. Anyway, I'll walk away.
And as you walk away, okay, so a couple also at this point, Mr. Elias does kind of walk over to make sure like the kid's okay. Um, he checks his ankle. He's like, yeah, it's just a roll. Like I've rolled my ankle a bunch of times. Like, you got to go far. Like where you going? Anything like that. Um, Kid said he's gonna be okay. He's just gonna, like he lives across the street, so he'll be fine. And then Mr. Elias walks over to you and says,
I think I had my I think I had my time. I think that's good. I think I
okay,
have everything I needed to feel. Thank you, Mr. Elias, for the superpower. I feel
okay, all right.
the happiest day of
Quiet
my
on
life.
that P word, okay? It's like noon at this point. Uh, are we good? You want to go get food?
Yeah. I could eat a horse.
All right. You want to go get something separate, or you want to go to the street fair, and we'll see if we can. They have to have something up there.
I think a street fair would be nice. Everybody wanted to go to the street fair earlier. So, yeah.
All right.
Get some
And
takoyaki.
takoyaki is good.
There's always a
Very good.
takoyaki place.
Absolutely. For that one, you all do have to go like a little bit more uptown, so you actually have to get on the train for this one. But
I walk next to Mink because I do remember like I may be like being a basketball player star, but I was paying attention when that kid was talking to Mink, and I'm like, hey Mink, what's happening over there? Like, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. He just wanted to invite us to a party, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know if the party is actually happening.
Ah,
But
ah.
yeah, he doesn't. He wanted us to kind of do a little kickback at his friend's house, and
How do
I'm
you
not
feel about
sure.
ho-
I kind of was going to ask you guys what y'all thought about it. I'm open to going, although the jazz thing sounded good too. So, and we know the jazz thing is actually a thing. It's actually happening. Um. So yeah, what do you think?
I mean, I think I want to go to the thing that's actually happening because we don't know if that thing is happening at all. But
Yeah, I'd rather go listen to some jazz than just sit in a room with some dudes with a sorry ass excuse for a party. Like,
also, people who lost. We only hang out with winners. The win is getting into Roel's head. Like
I,
I
I
can
mean,
see that.
but I mean, Henry was on the initial losing team. Like before we played.
Did, did did that guy put the money down or no?
Yeah, the money
The
was exchanged.
Oh, okay, cool.
No.
So I got $100 for nothing. Excellent, love it.
Yeah. Nice try. You know what I mean. Uh, bunch of bunch of kids playing basketball early in the morning. Lucky they have any money on them at all, honestly.
Okay, maybe I should have said 20. I don't know. I was trying to make it worth the 3 in mental stress.
20, I will tell you, 20 is a lot more likely for what they have.
Yeah,
20 would have definitely worked. But
let me go to the bank. I'll get more money.
Mr. Elias is
I'll give it
watching.
back to the community
Okay.
slowly.
Roel, as you all well, all of you, you say bye to everybody who was there. Even Michael is like, like good game, good game. Like it's like I won't be telling anybody about this. You know that. I'm not gonna tell anybody what's happening.
I
It's okay to
mean, I got my phone.
think about it, so don't worry.
uh as y'all are walking away, Henry waves to make me, and he just makes that like call me, call me. Does that sort of thing. And everybody's watching you walk away. And Roel. Um, it feels a little bit heavier as they're watching you walk away. Almost like there might be like another person who's watching you.
Um, Roel is filled with too much joy and pride that he has convinced himself that a basketball team scout, happened to be around, and he's like, "I'm gonna get a call. I'm gonna get a call tonight, and somebody's gonna scout me for some team, and it's gonna be awesome." And it just flew over his head because but he noticed that there's somebody there that watches a little hard, and he's like, it's a team, it's a scout, it's a manager, somebody's gonna scout me, and I'm gonna get into a good school on a basketball scholarship. It's finally happening. My mom said I couldn't, but it's finally happening. That is the
Yeah.
prize.
Okay. All right. No, go ahead if you have anything you want to add.
Is Roel saying this like out loud? Like,
Oh, he's he might have whispered it to like the others, and it's like, guys, dude, I don't know if you noticed, but I felt really on my game today, and I would not be surprised if your boy got was able to uh join like some really cool team.
Cool.
Like, I think somebody was watching us, or at least me. Do you guys feel that too?
There is certainly some watching happening. Yes. Mr. Elias says, all right. don't burn through all of the money in my pocket, mind you. But we can pick some stuff up. But do you all talk about the party audibly for Mr. Elias to hear?
I think so, because he was nearby when I was talking to Mink about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's like, you know, if you go to a party, I'm gonna have to chaperone, though, right?
You're a cool guy. You're a cool teacher. It wouldn't be too bad if you do go.
Yeah, I don't think that
We're going to the jazz party, the
I don't
jazz
think that
thing.
I don't think that party's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of faith in Henry.
But respect to Henry. You know, he shot his shot.
Okay. Cool. All right. He looks at you all and says, "Okay, all right." And with that, walks with you all, chats about you, kind of bigs you up a little bit for your win, Roel. He does. Mr. Elias is very much like, it didn't look pretty though. I want to be clear, like you won. It didn't look good, so you still got a lot of work to do.
It's all about quantity, Mr. E. Look, I know I didn't look great, but I got the job done. And that's what matters. I got the scores, I got the points, and I feel like that's okay. Like, function over, beauty, as people always say. Sometimes you don't have to look good. But tall energy is tall energy. And I think I had it that game.
Yeah,
Right.
Terry's walking behind Roel, and he's just scanning Roel, all the stress that he put on his body, and he's just thinking to himself, "It's gonna hurt like a bitch in the morning."
Ruel, adrenaline. He's not feeling anything.
Okay. So we're gonna do a
He's gonna
couple
be
of
telling his
things.
grandkids about that. That one time he played a game in the park. Oh man.
17 the day before my birthday, and I was tall.
I can't. Oh boy. Okay. So couple of things are happening all at once. Keep saying that. Mr. Elias is taking you all on the train, a couple stops, only like 4 or 5 stops, to like the next neighborhood over, to where the street festival is. So you all are able to walk around, see the sights, check out all of that good and fun stuff. You are going to be able to clear any stress that you have accumulated so far. And while you're walking, talking, eating, and stuff like that, I would like for us to take another 10-minute break. Because again, at this point, we've been live for like 3 hours. And I like my players as well rested as I can. So we're going to take another quick break, 10 minutes. We'll be back here by about 8:40-ish. So again, please get something to drink, get something to eat. If you have any evening meds you gotta take, please take your meds. Please get up, walk around and stretch, and please come on back. We have gotten another donation. Thank you very much for those people who've been able to put some money towards this. We are currently at 1,275. So I'm hoping at the very least we can hit 1,300 before we're done tonight. If you all want to bump us all the way up to 1500, I think that'd be great. But I would love it if we could at least make it to 1300 before we leave tonight. So let's take that break real quick. I'll see you all back here for the last part of this. Enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all have been having a good time so far. Hope you like basketball, because we got some of that here. Uh, and I hope you like street festivals, because that is where our intrepid quartet of soon-to-be adults, not quite yet, have found themselves. And they are inundated with the sights and sounds of the street festival almost as soon as you get off of the train. Um, it's set up in a school, in a high school's like yard. They've got like a huge like track and field um, set up like that takes up the vast majority of the block that they're on. It's probably one of the biggest fields in the city that this high school has. And so they've opened it up to everyone via the street festival. There are local businesses of all sorts who've offered their wares in one way or another. There are lots of small artists that have set up stalls here and there. So people are selling T-shirts. People are selling handmade jewelry. They're selling food of pretty much any kind you could think of. There is takoyaki, absolutely. Um, uh, there's also the Mexican street corn that's there. Lots of people have been enjoying that. Um, there's also a lot of West Indian food stalls that are set up as well. So you see there are some that are straight up selling roti. Uh, Correction, we're selling roti. That's sold out by the time you get there because it's good stuff. But they still have doubles and flori and aloe pie and stuff like that. Um, there, it's not quite as large, but there are a couple of the rolling um, carts that are set up, and there are a couple of people who are selling like one person selling like frozen like shaved ice out of it, and another person has a more established sort of cart, and so they're selling gelato. Um, and it's pretty common, like street festival sort of deals going on here. Um, Probably a little bit more expensive than you would like to, but it's freshly made. You can actually talk to the person who's put the time and the soul and the effort into all that stuff. And there's just a lot of people like having a good time. They're much smaller children who are kind of running around. Some of them have like fans uh, emblazoned with like the paper fans with like the wooden handles, and they're just kind of like waving them around or like swiping them at each other. Doing the usual little kid thing. And then there's music everywhere. Everywhere. There are people who are playing music out of boom boxes. There are people who are playing some drums here and there. Like you recognize, I think, Terry, a couple of the people who are playing drums as sort of regular fixtures at the studio. Um, and then there's this big like central stage. And after a little bit of time at this central stage, you see all of these people kind of going up one by one, like sort of like a mini concert happening in the middle of all of this. And uh, it's like it's all sorts of music, like all sorts of music. Lots of percussion for sure. Lots of people playing, I guess, easily portable instruments, if that makes sense. There is obviously the drums are there. There is a group that comes on. There's a local uh, group of children who normally play in like the city's like Labor Day festival. um, that come on, and they've all got like these big like carnival costumes, like maybe like a month and a half too early, but they the ones they're wearing are like the last year's costumes. So they're doing like another little early performance in those, while some of the other like older kids are playing steel pan in the middle of it. It's like it's very very colorful, very vibrant, very active. Um, and all the while, Mr. Elias is just kind of vibing along. You do see him talk to like a lot of people um, while he's walking around, and it feels kind of like he knows most of the people here. Certainly not all of them, but he does stop to have like some smaller conversations. Uh, about how long do you all feel like you stay here before you head out?
Is there like street games?
Yeah.
Cool. Roel's probably gonna hang out there until he loses all of the $10 that he got.
So I guess he'll play one game. Yeah.
Yeah. So one game, and then he'll come back and be like, "I'm out of money."
um, we'll double it because Mr. Elias does hand Roel another $10 bill. He's like, take your time with it.
And then he does sort of like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a manly skip. But he manly skips away. That's what it is. He skips away, but it's manly.
Got it.
If
So he
if
just
anybody can
skips
pull
away.
it off, if anybody can pull it off,
If we can pull it off, it's Ruel, I'm tall, Kayab Yap.
I believe it.
Thank
I
you.
believe it. So the street festival itself ends, I believe, at like 6 o'clock in the evening. You all, you grab your food and stuff like that shortly after you getting there. But you've kind of already had a full day um, so far. Do you all feel like you stay until they close at 6, or do you feel like you all might want to call it a little bit earlier than that?
I think Terry spends most of his time there, looking with some of his peers, like from the Rhoda, and get some games going there, like performing for folks with each other, against each other.
Love it. Yeah.
Mostly just hovering around Mr. Elias. Not really anything else to do unless like somebody like I keep like he was gonna go with he was gonna go with Roel, but then he started skipping, and then it was just like, never mind. Uh, can't be around that right now.
Too manly?
Too
Yeah,
manly.
man.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Are skipping.
What about Mink?
Mink has been dancing the whole time. She's like in her own. She's like in her own little world. So everybody kind of has to tell her it's time to, when they're ready to go, because she's just enjoying herself.
Yeah. So it sounds like you all are probably going to be there until they make the announcement, like, hey, like we're going to be closing everything up you know, in 10 minutes, make your last purchases, get your stuff together. And at that
Ain't
point,
gotta go home, but
yes. So Mr. Elias says, okay, so this is what I'm thinking. You all have been running around all day, and you're also not dressed for it. So why don't you all head back to your houses, go take a shower, put on something, put on something nice for the night, um, and meet me back over at my shop, and then we'll head over to the jazz band. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Mystery.
Okay. And he will kind of dismiss you all back to your homes. You're high school students. You know how to get home.
Yeah.
You have transit passes, so you can like
I
you don't
will
have
be
any money.
running home.
Same.
I mean, I
Okay.
don't have that much time with this superpower, so I'm not gonna use a bus or train. I'm just gonna be running everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I think before Terry leaves Mr. Elias, he just whispers to him, "You know I'm gonna tell her this, right?" He's talking about his mom because they're friends.
I mean,
She's probably gonna want to have a word with you.
I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. Just give me give me till the give me till tomorrow. Give me till tomorrow, right?
He thinks to himself for a bit. All right,
All right.
Mateo.
for you.
I imagine Mateo is just like walking back and forth past the same ATM over and over again, thinking about like it just keeps like what do you call it? Mr. Elias's voice keeps popping into his head, and every time he thinks about it, it's just like I could, but I won't. I'm not gonna do it, Mr. I'm not gonna do it because you told me not to. But I'm thinking about it. It's just like that same conversation back and forth. Freaking security guards are looking at him, and he just walks home.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Um and is Mink also heading home? Is there anything she wants to do on her way, or is she just heading straight home to get dressed?
Yeah, so on the way home, Mink is kind of having this um she's kind of feeling a little bad because she's a people pleaser and she feels like she needs to come up with something to tell Henry as to why they're not coming to his made up party, even though it's made up. So she's just trying to think of different things to say, like, because she doesn't want to let him down, but so that's what she's thinking about on the way home. She's just trying to think of a good text to send.
Okay. All right. Uh Roel,
Yep.
on your way home, you
Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
uh on the way home, kind of after the high of the game and and the buzz of the crowds and the people have faded, and it's just you doing your best Barry Allen impression on your way home. Um, you're starting to feel that feeling again. You're starting to feel that sort of like intense sort of watching feeling. Um, and you feel it specifically while you're using your abilities now. You're not feeling it like at the points where you like stop because traffic or a light. You're not feeling it quite as much, but every time, like as you're mid stride, you feel being watched every step.
Cool. At first, when he didn't realize it was that when it's happening, he's like, huh, maybe I'm still feeling really good about that basketball game, you know? And then afterwards it starts like happening more and more often, and I'm like, huh. A little concerning. But it's okay, it can't catch me. I'm too fast. At least for today. I'll be fine. But he does get a little bit more worried. He's a little bit more careful. Not he's still a teenager, but he's a little bit, just a tad more careful. Instead of going his normal path home, he takes like a weird zigzag route and he's just like making excuses. I'm not scared. I just wanted another soda at this 7-Eleven. That's my favorite 7-Eleven, and not that 7-Eleven that's near my house. You know. And he stayed there for like a little bit, like 15 minutes before like going
Mhm.
out, just to make sure. Just trying to shake off whoever is watching
Yeah.
him.
Ultimately, I think the feeling lingers, all while he's like getting ready and everything. But you know that you have some time. I believe it's 9:30. The set is supposed to start, and it probably doesn't take you all more than like a half hour to get home, and it
The
won't
real
take you.
fiction of this game right now is that I'm gonna leave at 9:30,
Yeah,
9 p.m. Like it's a fiction. We are in a fantasy world. The minute I'm home and I'm not going out,
uh-huh.
9. But sure, yes.
I am asking you to just imagine a better world with me. One where you still have enough energy to leave your home uh, after you've gone inside.
That's true.
I don't know what that's like.
I
Let me be
was
clear,
like,
I don't know what that's like. But
that
um,
stopped with that. What, 18? Hey, I am gonna be 18.
see, you see, living vicariously through your older, younger son. Uh, so it doesn't take too long for you all to, get back home. And Mr. Elias tells you to meet him back over there by I think he tells you to meet him back over there by like 8:45.
Does my parents say anything at all when I'm at home? Or they're like chill for the first time ever?
I imagine they probably have a lot of questions about you, like who'd you meet, what'd you do, like what sorts of opportunities he's given you. Uh,
I'd probably tell them like don't worry, like I'm gonna pop off and I'm gonna be like super popular at school and we're getting close to the dream of me being on a basketball scholarship. Don't worry. I got you, mom and dad. They're not happy, probably.
no, they're not. Absolutely not. I am the son of an immigrant.
That's
That's not
not
how that
impressive.
would go.
That's not an to tell them they're disappointed. Uh, and they're gonna talk to Mr. Edom.
Yes. I imagine they will. Yes. But um but yeah, anybody have anything else they want to add before we hop over to you all heading to the um back to the shop?
I think just the thing with Terry on his way is just he's making full use of his sight just to see his usual route in a different way. He just has his music in his ear as he's just flipping between different types of vision he has. Just looking.
All right. Uh, anybody else? Okay. Then with that, you all are able to get yourselves ready. The um, the trip back seems to move pretty smoothly, and you all are dressed in whatever fineries you would like to be dressed in. Um, for his own credit, Mr. Elias looks way more like what you're used to seeing him in. He's wearing what looks to be like, I am not a fashion kid. I'm not a fashion guy. So pardon me for this, but a silk-like material. It's not quite like as flowy as silk can be, but it's got some of the same, I guess, texture to it. If you know what that is, please insert the correct material in there. Uh, and so he's got like a black shirt with that, but he's also got like this sort of like colorful, like red, brown, green, gold, like scarf that's sort of like draped in the front, and he's got like almost like harem pants. It looks like very like it's definitely his usual colors. It's not a style you're probably used to seeing him in, if you've ever seen him in anything like that at all. But it does look like it's got a good combination of like breathability and like ability to move around. And he says, as you all arrive, and sit down, he's like, "Oh, you all clean up pretty well. You look pretty good."
Yeah, I've
And
been
what
meaning to
is
ask Mr. E, what the hell was that you was wearing earlier? Like,
I can't be comfortable?
that was comfortable?
It was comfortable. It was
You
comfortable.
you looked wound up.
I didn't. If I looked wound up, it's because I didn't want any of my students committing financial in. But I didn't have to worry about that, and I'm very very proud of my student. Very very proud. But no, don't. I wasn't looking kind of fresh though.
You look good.
I didn't have it on. No.
You look great.
It wasn't you.
All right. Whatever, man. Whatever. Well, I think
Sometimes you're just good enough, and that's good. That's good enough.
I did not invite you all here to roast me all night. That's not what this is for.
Consider it a bonus.
What is everybody wearing? What are you? I mean, obviously, it will probably not be the height of fashion for most of you, as kids, but
Mateo's just got his some of his dad's old clothes on, like his dad's church clothes. He's got a brown blazer on top of a black shirt with a tie that is barely holding on. It's probably a clip-on, and some just regular brown slacks and a fucking fedora
okay.
because his dad insisted that it matched the shirt and pants.
Okay. Mr. Elias, I think, will go and get, he'll go into his room and grab a, I think he'll probably grab a like red tie,
Okay.
and he'll take off the clip-on tie, and he'll offer you that one. If you don't know how to tie a tie, he will show you how to tie a tie.
Yeah, he accepts that moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roel is wearing. I don't know if any of you are fans of Power Rangers. There was this one episode of Power Rangers where Tommy was wearing green fishnet t-shirt and green cargo pants. That is what with a nice t-shirt underneath it. It's all green because that is what Roel is wearing, because he's like, I saw this on TV and it looked good, and I'm gonna wear it because it looks good on me. And that is what Roel is wearing. I'm gonna set a picture so that you can all see what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
I'm not afraid to admit that I probably saw that episode.
It's a good episode.
If it's an early Power Rangers episode, I definitely saw it. I just am afraid.
Don't worry, it looks good. It looks good on him.
Mind you, he was wearing that while working out.
He was. No, he wasn't. He was being trained. Well, technically, yeah, he was being trained by the putties.
I want to
Anyway.
be clear. Okay. But oh my god, I don't remember this. I do not remember this. Also, he looks like he's 5.
He does. He looks great. I love him.
Uh, okay. Well, thank you for that visual. Um, yeah. What is what are Terry and Mink wearing?
Mink's got on a electric blue baby doll dress. Comes about mid thigh. She's feeling like she really wants to look grown, and she has matching heels with ankle strap.
10 out of 10 no. Um, I like it. Yeah. And what's Terry doing?
What's the weather like right now? Like, has it gotten cooler like at night, or is it still
It is
humid?
cooler. It's probably we're talking like mid-August. So it's probably dipped to like mid-August in the city. It's like 70. So definitely not like cold or cool. It's still warm, but like not so warm that like you're gonna be sweating. Unless you're wearing a brown lobster suit. I don't know. Uh,
Yeah, I think he has on some loose fitting black pants, some slip on shoes. Basically, they're shoes, but just slip on and slip off easily. And he has on a essentially like a cream colored vest with um a matching color undershirt.
nice. I like it.
Like it's kind of like a sweater vest, I guess.
Yeah, I have the image in my head. And at this point, I think so. Mr. Elias, compliments you all. Gets a tie for Mateo and sets everything up. He says, "Okay, so I'm gonna call us a cab to get over there. Kind of arrive in style, you know. But just before we get on there, before we get there, just I want you all to be cool. I want you to be cool,
Cool.
cool, and trust me. Just trust me. Okay. All right.
Okay.
And he calls you all a lift, and takes you all over. Um, so this little like this lift drops you off. I'm gonna say cab. They don't deserve anything. They don't serve the promo. The cab picks you all up and drops you off in like the main like the city proper at this. It's not like a little nightclub. Like it's like a club. It looks like. Um, and you see like in big letters, it's got this like huge like light up billboard in like glowing like neon, not neon, but like it's got like the big like curved almost like bubble sort of letters to it, kind of midnight blue with like little pock marks, of light for stars, and the billboard just calls Starry Night. Billboard. The sign calls it the Starry Night. Uh, and you can see that there's like a little, they've got like the little stanchion set up, with like the red velvet carpet rolled out and everything, uh, with a pretty tall, pretty large man, somebody who makes even Terry look small. Like this guy's probably like 6'5" or so. Um, well dressed. Like he does have like like a jacket on and some slacks, but he's very clearly like not like a bouncer as well as just being the door guy. Um, like he's not just a doorman. He's a bouncer as well. And you all step out. Mr. Elias pops around. He's sitting in the passenger seat. the rest of you are in the back of what's like a minivan, essentially, because that's the cab that showed up. And he runs around and opens the door for you, and helps you out of the car, and looks at you all and says, "Okay, you all ready?" All right.
Yeah.
We ready.
And walks with you all into the Starry Night. He says hi to the bouncer, who greets him very, very warmly. Like they clearly know each other and are friends. And once inside, leaves you all. The hostess inside also seems to know Mr. Elias already, and leads you all. She's like, right this way, and leads you all to a section that has reserved on it, and sets you all up. She brings over like a drinks menu. The drinks menu that she brings you is a non-alcoholic menu, knowing that you all are children. But it doesn't look like the menus that are on the table. It looks like a very like specially made menu. And not too long after you all arrive, a very, very tall, very elegant woman comes up on stage, because it's like there's like a single level with maybe the seats are like up a little bit higher in the section where you are, and then there's like a more like general seating section behind that, and then lower down like in the middle is a raised stage. It's maybe like 3 or 4 feet up off the ground, and there's this collection of performers who are there. The microphone is empty until this woman comes up, but you can see that there's there's a guitarist. There are two guitarists. There's a bass player, a drummer over there. There's another guy who comes over with like a saxophone, and another with a trumpet. So they've got like a full band there. And then they begin to play. And they're playing all sorts of like really, really, for you, really, really old music. Stuff that, maybe your parents might play sometimes, if they played more American music. But I imagine, unless, maybe, I'm not sure about Terry. Actually, oh, well, you'll all let me know, but is this your first time being at like a live like jazz performance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely for a while.
I think for Terry, he's been at one, but not for like a long time. Like I guess a kid, he went to one,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
And so it's loud, because you're right there, like by the instruments, and Mr. Elias is just kind of like he's looking at you all occasionally to make sure that you're okay, but you can kind of see him like not zoning out per se, but kind of getting lost in music. Until like you see like a little flash on his wrist, from his watch, and you can like you can hear like if whoever's sitting directly next to him can hear like the little beep, and a timer has gone off. And you see him like raise his hand to flag a waitress, and he like puts like a little card tape on, like he hands her a little card and she walks off. And he asks, are you all enjoying yourselves? You having a good time?
Yeah.
Not my it's
Really
not my type of music, but I like it.
It's really loud.
Yeah, it can be. And then, like, as he's asking you all this, the woman performing um, kind of lowers her voice and she's finished up the song that she was singing, and the drums go like much lower, the basses and guitar are playing at much lower tones, and she says, "Starry night, we all having a good time."
Woo.
Sorry,
Uh,
that's Glyza, not Roel. Roel,
the crowd is obviously having a great time. It's a much older crowd than I think any that you would normally hang out with. There's a lot of grown folks here. Although there are a few younger people, maybe people who were like in their like mid-20s. And she says, "I hope you all have been having a great time tonight. I want to say a special good evening to all those lovely people." And then she looks directly at your table. And she
uh,
says,
go
"And my
ahead. No,
good friend." She says, "My good friend Noel brought some of his favorite students over today. Celebrate their birthday.
huh?
Can we all give them a round of applause, please?" Um, and this entire jazz club starts applauding for all of you.
Mateo stands up and
And
takes a bow.
I lean over to Mink and I was like, "This is much better." Got a whole club. I'm like, this is what?
Yeah.
And she can, after the cheers die down a little bit, she looks over, she says, "Pretty sure it's the first time these kids have ever heard real music."
I'm a little like Ruel's a little like, but doesn't say anything because they're doing something nice. But he's a little offended inside. Like I've heard of real music.
Mr. Elias sees you and just kind of gives you like a little fist bump.
Like Terry also just like like
And he makes a little face at the woman performing, and she says, "Oh, okay. Well, Noel seems like he's a little offended. He thinks he's made sure his students heard some stuff, but they ain't never heard nothing like this." And she takes that, and the music starts to swell. Um, the percussion, the bass, the guitar pick it up and go up a notch. And the the two the two people, so it's a no, I'm sorry, it's both of them are women, who are playing the saxophone and the trumpet, uh stop playing and then start singing, and they go into this performance. um and every so often they're you know they're making some they'll take a little break in between to make some allusions, and talk about how wonderful it is to have, like, they don't say children, but they say, the
The
future is
future
here.
generation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The future here, and how we have to support them and how we have to make sure that they are, protected and raised, and more importantly, feel loved. And the set doesn't last incredibly long. It's maybe only like an hour or so. But after that, after it's all done, the singer comes up and comes over to you, and gives a big hug to Mr. Elias, and introduces herself to all of you. And her name is Diane. And she sits with you all for a little bit, talks a little bit. And to Mink specifically, Mr. Elias mentions to Diane that, that she's that Mink is looking to get into politics. And Diane says, well then, why don't you give me a call a little bit later. And she takes, she has like she heads out. She doesn't have it on her, and then comes back and hands you her card and says, we need to link up. We need to talk.
Mink is excited. She takes the card. She's like, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. And then she turns to Mr. E and says, thank you. I really appreciate this.
Hey, I didn't do anything. I just came out to see a show, and I brought some kids with me. So,
Oh, Mr. E, you're the best.
and after that, he doesn't want to keep you out too late, so he will like call another cab probably around like 10:30 or so. And he does make a couple of phone calls to your parents to let you know that you're still with him and he's bringing you home now and stuff like that. And then he one by one drops you all off. Who does he drop off first?
I can go first. Like I can be dropped off first.
Sure.
No problem.
So he drops you off, Roel. Says, you have a good time today?
I had the best time. Thanks for. I know this isn't gonna be, and he points to the himself. This isn't gonna be a thing tomorrow. But this was a really good day. I had a good time. Thank you.
Anytime.
And he does go in for a hug because he really had a great day. Like he had his dream come true. He was, it was wonderful. So it was a
Yeah,
great
absolutely.
birthday. So he was just really hugging him tight.
Yeah. Mr. Elias definitely gives him a hug.
We'll see you soon, right?
Yeah, you'll definitely see me soon.
And then goes and he stays by the door, I guess, until like I'm assuming it's like a apartment building sort of thing, and he stays
Mhm.
there at the bottom and waves until everybody goes back into his building and goes to the elevator and goes to his house, to his
Okay.
apartment.
Cool. Very nice. Very nice. Who gets dropped off next?
I can go next.
Mhm. All right. Ming, did you have a good time?
I had an amazing day, Mr. E. I'm so glad you took us out for our birthday. Thank you.
I'm just glad you had a good time. And make sure you don't lose that card. Make sure you talk to Diane. She's performed for pretty much every politician that we have in the city. So she knows them. Please make sure you talk to her, okay?
Okay, I'm definitely gonna follow up with her this week, as a matter of fact. And then as Mink walks up to the house, she checks her cell phone to see if she got a text back from Henry, and then she waves to everybody and goes inside.
All right. I believe he did eventually send a text and said like, oh, well, things have kind of fallen through, but we could link up next weekend, just you and me if you want to. What she does with that, that's up to her. But we knew the party wasn't happening. So you
He
know,
didn't have money for it. He didn't even ask his friend.
His friend not going out on a limb for him like that.
that boy's just trying things, just trying things. But yeah. Anything else before? Anything else from Mink?
No, she just waves to everybody and goes inside.
All right. Who's the second to last to get dropped off?
I imagine
think Ter-
Mateo's the Mateo lives out the farthest, so it's probably Terry
Yeah,
next.
I think Terry lives pretty close to where Mr. Elias lives, so yeah.
Yeah.
He probably be dropped off next.
Yeah. Terry, you had a good time today?
It was pretty chill. See, gotta see the world in a different way.
Good. Good. Glad to hear. All right. Take care of yourself. I'll see you sooner than the others, I think for sure. Because I know they need somebody to fill in for your next performance. Because Bobby's going to be out of town for that week, so I told him I
Again,
didn't mind.
again.
You know that boy likes jet set. Don't worry about that. I'll be
All
there.
right,
Don't worry.
I'll let him know. Alright. See, you know you're gonna get that call tomorrow, right?
I'm already thinking about what I'm going to say. Don't worry.
Yeah, all right, Mr. E, and he like fist bumps him and heads on in.
Yeah. And at the end, he um, leans over, and as the driver is heading to drop off Mateo, he asks, "How was it today?"
Eventful. It's probably the best word I could say it. The music was not bad. I think I could get used to it probably if I
Okay.
try. It would have to be a pretty strong effort to try to get used to it, but I could get used to it.
Yeah, I don't think you have to try that hard.
You
That's
build
good
up a
music.
you build up a tolerance, you know.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, this kid.
He's got a shit-eating grin on his face. But I did enjoy today. Thank you, Mr. E.
I'm glad. And you clean up all right.
You do too. Except for the harem pants. That's weird, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Look, you don't understand anything about style, man. Look at you. What is?
Hey, you take that up with my dad, okay?
Well, I
Aladdin.
want you to. That just means I'm magical, okay? Don't
Thanks.
worry about it. No, but seriously, I want you to hang on to this. You know, I know you all are probably going to be doing a bunch of different things. Um, you know, after this summer, but you're more yourself when you're hanging out with them, and I just want you, I want you to lose that. You know,
Yeah.
put yourself out there a little bit more. Meet a couple people when you go out to school. Or are you going to college? I don't even think I asked you all that.
I don't know. We'll we'll see what happens. There's always community college, I guess.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if you still want to do that, you got you got to take care of that Monday if you haven't already, because
Yeah.
semester's gonna start pretty soon.
I think I'll be okay. Got things to do. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll apply at the bank. Legit. Cameras everywhere.
I mean, go for it. Do it. Whatever you want to do.
And he'll give him a handshake, step out of the cab, he'll knock on the window at the front and say to the cab driver, "You didn't see anything." And he flies straight up. No one's gonna believe you. I still got powers. He's just gonna fly the rest of the night.
All right.
Knock on his mom's window. Help me! I can't control it. And fly away. It's a
Not what I
conversation
was
with Mr.
expecting.
Goliath. Oh yeah,
But-
he's gonna spend the rest of the night flying.
And whether you all stay awake, causing mayhem, or hop into bed and get some sleep, after you get home. Even while you're sleeping, I think you still feel that buzz, you still feel that energy. And whether you want to, whether you intend to or not, the next day, right at dawn, as the sun rises, you find yourselves awake again, and you almost instinctively look down at your bracelets, and you can see that they look mostly the same. You can still see the familiar wear and tear on the beads that still remain. The string is still somehow just as sturdy as it was when you first got it. And the only thing that has changed is that in the place where the old bead was a new bead. Single nugget gold. And I think that's where we'll end for me.
Cool. Yeah. Because I was gonna bite it.
Mateo just falls from the sky as soon as dawn. Ah!
You were warned that those powers are gonna end at dawn, so I sincerely hope that Mateo was over something.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay. But thank you all for joining us tonight. I hope you've all had a fantastic time. I know I have enjoyed myself.
Glad to hear it.
Very, and this has been Mornin. Just a little fake board game with some fantastic people. And I would love for those fantastic people to give us a little bit of info as they give their outros. Let us know where we can find them and all that fun stuff. I said we're going to do it in reverse order, so I believe Sphinx, that would be you first.
What's going on, y'all? I'm Sphinx Orion. Catch me hanging around people's channels, lurking. You can find me on Blue Sky, Sphinx RL. Usually a place where I can be found. Sometimes I pop up in games, sometimes I'm just around.
Always happy to see you. Who was next? It was Liza, I think.
Hey everyone, my name is Glyza. I do a lot of things on the internet. You can find me everywhere. Classical Glyza. If you found a classical Glyza, guess what? You found me. This has been super fun. Ruel is not based on anybody I know. Absolutely not. But it is true that I have a little bit of a short king complex. But you know what? It's fine. I live vicariously through my characters. And this has been wonderful. I had a great time.
Thank you. Fantastic. Next is next up was Mink. So, Kristen.
Yeah. So yeah, I played Mink. I'm Kristen. I also had a great time, and like Sphinx, I'm around different places online, mostly Discord. But you can find me on Blue Sky at Kristen Quip, QUIP. And yeah, that's where you can find me.
All right. Thank you. And Mateo was played by.
I'm Stylus, also known as Hey Stylus, and used to be a podcaster. You can, but right now the only socials that I got, I just literally opened up a Blue Sky for Hey Stylus, and I used to be on a podcast called Ethernautica, which is still up. I just literally had to go check that. And it's still up, and you can check that out. Check out a bunch of channels, a bunch of episodes for that one at ethernauticapodcast.com. And yeah, hope you like my poorly made Japanese accent.
Thank you very, very much. And right. I'm Arc Dragon Breath. Uh, you can find me at Arc Dragon Breath wherever fine social media is sold. Same name everywhere. If you find an Arc Dragon Breath, it is I. You will. I don't think you'll find me on Twitter anymore. I'm pretty sure I'm now officially past the cutoff for shutting down my account, so I don't think you will ever see me there again for obvious reasons. But everywhere else, Blue Sky, Twitter, stream on Twitch, all that good stuff. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for donating to Black Girls Rock this month. I'm very, very happy to say that we have indeed hit 1,300. So we did what we wanted to do. I'm hoping that over the next couple days, today's the 23rd, so it's almost 24th. So over the next 5 days, I hope you all will help us run that number up all the way to 1,500, so we can make this success plus plus. It's already been a success in my books. I'm really happy about how everything has gone so far, and I'm going to safely say that other people are as well. I also want to give a great shout out and lots of thanks to Transplanter for sponsoring everything. Transplanter is a fantastic channel. They run amazing games. It's not going to be the sort of stuff that you're used to seeing. It's going to be very, very different. If you've ever seen anything on Transplanter, you know that they don't do things the same way. So I encourage you to check those out if you haven't already been doing it. And I also encourage you to keep an eye on this channel. Keep an eye on Apochromatic Unlimited. Follow them on Blue Sky. Follow everybody on Blue Sky, please, where they have accounts. If you are using other stuff, feel free to look them up. I know I and other people have, link trees or cards or whatever that have the rest of their socials. So please, follow everybody. Everybody on this cast has been fantastic this entire time. Shout out to Mark and Janie and everybody else who's helped set everything up in the background for this month. It's been fantastic. I've been really, really happy with everything. Shout out to Bendy in the background helping make everything work today. Greatly appreciate that. And shout out to all of you for being here. Seriously, we wouldn't be able to do this. We wouldn't be able to make this a success without you. So thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we'll call it for the night.
Bye.
Catch you later, y'all.